All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today, well, actually, we're going back into regular session from yesterday's, no, let's see. Is today a new agenda or was it, we still on yesterday's?
It's yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So, Francis, do you have any preliminary discussions we have before we start with the outside entity?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we kind of wrapped things up and summed some things up before we left yesterday. And so today, we've passed out the most up-to-date schedule we have. And so just back-to-back discussions today. We will be starting with economic development discussions with Chris Collins. And so she is here with us in person. And so we will just get the ball rolling and just keep them,
I do have one question.
of course.
I know we're on time schedules here with people coming in. Are we going to wait till the end to discuss it all together and then pull out, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes more sense. That'll keep us on schedule. I just want to check.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to ask all the questions you want to ask, but we'll make as you know, we've got to do some balance sheet work, and so we will come after all the outside entities make their presentations, and we'll come back probably next week or maybe the end of the day today, try to.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Okay. Good morning, Chris. How are you
Morning.
today?
Good, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Sorry I'm not there today, but I've got what was sent to me on the request, but you may proceed.
Okay, great, thank you. Give me just 1 second until I log
Yeah.
in here.
And while Chris is setting up, on the two-page handout that Haley handed out, on the bottom of the second page, you'll see Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce, several lines there, Spaceport, and then the WIMDEC funds. And so that gives you a little history of the last 2 years, and then we just have plugged in the same numbers from last year, but she'll present any changes that are requested.
Oh, thank you.
Just in case.
Is that what's going to be on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can actually see this better.
Thank you, ma'am.
I like paper.
I have one more, and I can email it to you. So we have, good morning, everyone. We have a couple of things to visit with you about today, but thank you first and foremost for all the support that you provide to us, not just financially, but the partnership that we have with McLennan County for economic development. I hope as we go through this, that you'll see that partnership is really paying a lot of fruition into the community. Ultimately, the goal of economic development is to help create prosperity for all. And that comes in a lot of different forms. That's a diversification of industry, attracting capital investment to the marketplace, helping to expand the tax base, helping to attract and retain talent, but ultimately, the goal is to help create prosperity. So oftentimes, people say, well, why is economic development important, and won't it just happen on its own? It can happen, but the fact of being proactive in it allows you to have a voice in the conversation. It allows you to direct where you want it to go rather than being reactive and letting it just happen to the community. Ultimately, what we want to do is to help create and attract high-quality jobs for the community and retain those jobs in the marketplace. We want to expand the tax base so where not one entity has an overly burdensome role in attributing to the tax dollars. We want to improve the quality of life for our citizens, and we want to have an economically vital community. We want there to be strong want this to be a place where people want to be. And so our ongoing business attraction and expansion efforts are important to the long-term vitality and health of this community. We think that it's done well. One of those ways that we've done that is through the Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation, the partnership with the City of Waco and McLennan County that was established in 1997. Judge Felton serves as the president of that right now. City Manager Bradley Ford sits on that board, as well as a representative from the Waco Industrial Foundation, and that current representative is Bill Clifton. Our role as the chamber is to serve as the administrator, to provide board management, contract administration and oversight, recommendations, and to help interact with those clients. And ultimately, the goal is diversified tax base, healthy, good job creation, raising the income levels of the community, and attracting private investment to the marketplace. And our focus is Waco and the greater Waco area for that. So where are we at right now with the fund? There's currently a $33 million fund balance. 17.21 million of that is committed, is in project commitments, which means that we have projects that we're working on right now that the board has approved recommended funding for, but those haven't come to the court or the county city council for public approvals yet, which leaves us a fund balance of $15.9 million to commit to other projects. That initial contribution between the city and the county was $500,000. Last year, we were able to grow that to $8.7 million. And of course, that's over the course of nearly 30 years. We do compete with Type A and Type B corporations across the state of Texas. And we did go through and make some adjustments to the wage requirements for the EDC fund in order for those businesses to qualify for those incentives. The main things were that it moved the minimum wage requirement for qualifying jobs to at least $25 an hour, and the overall wage of the employer must be at least $30 an hour. So that accounts for all jobs. One of the other pieces that we did was you have to provide health insurance benefits, but we were clear to say that the employer must pay at least 75% of the employee's premium as part of that. And then we encourage there to be residency in Waco and McLennan County as part of that too. Our target is always to have a strong return on investment to the community. So we have a targeted at least 20% annual return on investment in a 5-year payback period or less. So we talked about the competitive nature of economic development, and what we look at is communities across the state that are Type A, Type B, and where we sit in those amongst those peers. So Frisco and Round Rock, of course, are kind of outliers. Round Rock has a tremendous amount of sales tax that it collects because of Dell. And then Frisco leverages part of its sales tax to do bond funding. So because they have dedicated revenue source through their Type A or Type B allocations, they can bond against those for other projects. So their numbers can be a little bit skewed sometimes, but still their collection is pretty sizable. Because of the great support of the commissioners and the city council, we have really been able to elevate the level of engagement in the Economic Development Fund and really, over the last decade, increase it to where I'd say that we are in a very healthy position. We don't need to be the highest, but we were amongst the lowest for a long time. And so I'd say we're in the middle of the pack. And not that we should say, pat ourselves on the back and say, job well done, and just leave it there. But I think that we're in a good position to where we can I wouldn't say level off, but maybe not have to put as much money in now in order to be competitive. We've got a good, healthy balance. If we saw a huge influx of huge projects that came in that really drained the fund, we might have to revisit that conversation. But I think where we're at right now with the annual contribution level that we've been at, and with a little bit of growth, that's a healthy position to be in.
Question for you right quick while
Yep.
we're in this area. That chart's very good on where we're at. From a competition standpoint of actually getting attraction or deals done, where do we rank in that area?
You know, I think it's not always, so you can tell a lot about a project by what they're asking for. The company is looking for the community that has all the right attributes. If it is if they're looking for location and access to customer base and the utility resources and education partners and all those things, those are the major drivers for them that they're going to need to be successful. The incentive is the icing on the cake or the bridge to get something done that's a deficiency for us. And so if we're just being asked to write a check, that's probably not the right fit for us and that company. And so I would say, I think we're in a good position because we have so many other things that we bring to the table. And we've probably only lost a couple of deals since I've been with the chamber for 20 years. I can probably count on my hand the number of times that we haven't been able to write a check big enough for a project.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at too is just use Amarillo.
Yeah.
Maybe their fund balance is bigger than ours because they haven't had any deals. They haven't had to spend any of it. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at is
Sure.
where do you think we rank in that arena?
I think that we have a very competitive community and a lot of great things that we put on the table. Some places can have a lot of money, but just not be a place that's
They don't-
attractive to business.
They don't complete the menu. They don't
Yes.
check every box.
Yeah. And
Okay, very fair.
I don't want to slam another community. I think that we do a good job of putting a whole package together that makes it attractive. And we may not be the biggest check on the table, but I think when a company looks at all of the pieces together, it makes sense for them to be here over another place.
And then to look at our history of bringing
Absolutely.
quality companies in. So,
Yeah.
okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yep. That's great.
One thing about Amarillo, if you've been there before, there's, when the wind blows, there's two things. One is the sand that hits you in the face, and the other is the smell coming out of the feed yard.
That's true.
But they have been getting some deals, and they're a formidable competitor. But thanks aside, we stand real well with them.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Chris, what about, I noticed, of course, we compete statewide,
Yes, sir.
and we certainly compete locally. I noticed Belton on here, but not Temple.
Temple is not a type A or a type B community.
So they're very
So-
similar to us.
Yes, sir. Well, they don't have the same kind of structure that we do between the city and the county. City of Temple put almost all of the city in a reinvestment zone. So Temple's almost like a giant TIF. And they did that years and years and years ago. So they have some dollars that they've been able to leverage in their Economic Development Corporation. Is housed separately from the chamber. It's their own standalone organization. But that partnership and collaboration is there. It's a private organization too, much like WEDMEC. But no, sir, that's why we didn't. We don't know the true number for them, and so we couldn't put that out there.
Do we regularly compete with Bell County or?
Yes, sir, we do,
That's what I thought.
very regularly. But I will say that many of the assets that they leverage to talk about their community and that they're our assets. And they talk about where the workforce comes from and the training capabilities and all those things. They're leveraging our assets for that in those conversations. And so our compelling conversation back is to say, why would you go there instead of going to the place where the asset really is. And we have a great relationship when we have a collaborative marketing efforts that we do with our friends in Bell County. So you might say we're frenemies.
Friendly competitor.
Yes.
But there's.
Well, when
still
you have a
talk of
competitor,
Right, I mean, there's no,
I'm sorry, say that again, sir.
there was talk of a mega site, you know,
Yes, sir. We've not had extensive conversations about that. But there have been other collaborations. Judge knows better than anybody else that between McLennan County and Bell County, with the new water group and all those things.
EWA.
Yeah.
the good thing about Bell County is they don't give anything away. And so at least we're competing and not going to either one of us gets it. It's a good deal. And what the worst thing you can have is a competitor that really doesn't know the value and start giving away assets, and then we don't have a chance at it. So Bell County, I respect them as a well-run.
Absolutely.
county.
Yes, sir. They got good leadership and they've got, some strong assets that they bring to the table too.
Yeah.
This is just to give you a visual of how the contribution into the fund has grown since 2016. And so it's been good, healthy increases over the last few years. What's the impact of the Economic Development Fund been? We've supported over 77 projects now, awarded over $58 million in grants, leveraged billions of dollars now in private investment. And what that's done is it says for every dollar that WEDMEC has put towards an incentive deal, it's leveraged $36 in private corporate funding back into the community. And so I think that's a pretty strong return on investment of the dollars that we've invested to help expand the tax base here. And what does that mean too, as far as if these companies hadn't come into the marketplace, it would mean that there would be a higher burden on the taxpayer to generate the dollars that needed for operations. And that accounts for at least 4 to 5 cents on the McLennan County's tax rolls. And, as we have some other projects that come on board and join the tax rolls, that number is only going to continue to grow as far as what the importance of the fund has been in helping to maintain an affordable cost of living and tax rate for the citizens of McLennan County. So we can't take credit for all of the growth that's occurred as far as the tax base and in McLennan County, but we think that we've had a strong impact on expanding it. And so you can see where we were in 1997, we were about $5 billion for the tax base. We're approaching $30 billion now for the tax base of McLennan County. And even when you attribute inflation and the time value of the dollar and all those things, it is still a healthy level of growth that we've seen in this marketplace over that time. And I think a lot of that goes to the industry growth that we've seen, particularly in since 2020, where we started seeing this huge escalation in the number of projects and the size of the projects that have been coming through. So what's on the horizon for us? We do have a strong pipeline of projects happening across a variety of industries. I would say that there's still a bit of uncertainty in the market right now, so it's probably slowed down some decision-making, but those represent at least 1,300 new jobs in the marketplace, about 2.7 million square feet of new construction or absorbed real estate in the marketplace, and about $5.3 billion of potential new investment into the community. So we feel like that's again, showing a strong return on investment and helping to attract additional opportunities into the community. Our staff recommendation for the 2026 funding cycle is to increase the total contribution into the Economic Development Corporation Fund to $9 million, which would be $4.5 million between the city and the county, and that represents a $150,000 increase for each entity. Over the last couple of years, we've been between 250,000 to 500,000. But I think that this year, the $150,000 increase from each entity would be a reasonable increase.
With regards to this too, how are we doing with available infrastructure within WIF, and are we?
Yes, sir. The Industrial Foundation is actively looking for new opportunities for growth. Certainly looking at areas where infrastructure is there or near, so it would minimize the amount of additional investment that we'd have to put in there. There's a lot of land in McLennan County, but the infrastructure is pretty centralized. And so the further you go out, the more expensive it's going to be. The land may be less expensive, but it's going to be more expensive to be able to get the infrastructure there.
Okay.
So, if there's opportunities to leverage partnerships to help make that more viable, I think that's a great strategy to look at too. And whether that's a public-private partnership or it's leveraging, state or federal dollars to be able to do those things too. We'll look at every pot of money that we can possibly find and dig in every couch cushion we can to find the dollars that we need to make it viable. But I do also think that it's just important to think about too that the growth that we've seen in this area has not just been in Waco. You've seen great investment that's been happening across McLennan County too. Are there any other questions about the Economic Development Corporation? All right, so I'll move over into the Greater Waco Chamber's annual request. We do economic development service delivery. We have so the county has, as part of their agreement, has done the economic development services delivery, the In Waco Digital Talent Attraction and Regional Awareness Campaign, and then our business and education initiative. So we've had 3 areas that we've looked at. First one being their traditional economic development services and delivery on business development, our business retention and attraction efforts. Lexi Rail serves as our business retention staff member. She does a great job. We do a lot of marketing, both internally and externally to the community. Research analysis that goes along with that. You've got to understand the clients that you're going after, but you have to understand your community and your competitors and put together strong arguments using data to do that. And then we have a focus on entrepreneurship and small business assistance as well. And so our request for our economic development services is the same as last year, $199,500. The In Waco campaign, we've been doing this. We launched it in 2022. The county's been a strong partner with us this entire time. And it's really to engage the community, the outside world, to showcase Waco as an area for talent and workforce needs. We've modified how the campaign works a little bit over time to get a broader reach, because we found that just like you should learn from the data of what speaks to the audience. The audience really likes to learn about and feels the quality of life pieces are the most engaging piece that we've seen that's bringing people in to engage more through the digital campaign. So we've made some modifications there, but you can see that since October of 2024, so the last fiscal year through June of this fiscal year, the In Waco website itself has had over 44,000 viewers and 21,000 users. We've had through our Google search, which is organic, where somebody just does a quick search about Waco and it will pop up. We have a 3.9% click-through rate, which is high for the area. It's typically 1% or less. So we have a strong click-through rate there. We've been engaging and sending people out direct emails too. So with a little bit of Big Brother in there, but really scraping some data from the world and identifying people that meet certain criteria that we've set and sending them direct emails about the community and engaging them that way. We do paid searches through Google as well. So you might you probably see this on your own search, like if you're looking for a shoe store in Waco, you'll have paid advertisements that come up first, and then you'll have the unpaid search results. And so we have been in those paid searches, and we get about an 8.6% click-through rate on those. And it's also expanded the number of impressions. So if somebody says, I'm interested in jobs in Waco, it will pop up as one of the top areas that they will look at, and they can click on that first before they're going to go through and see something else. And then we've been using a variety of different video options out there too. And so collectively, we have over 500,000 views through those two. So we think that what we're doing is reaching folks and sending them our way. And these are just some examples of some of the creative and what that looks like as well. So that our request is to continue the county's investment in the in Waco at the same $50,000 that you've done the past few years.
Who else participates?
Right now, it's the chamber and the county doing those things. And we've had some, in the past, when we were doing much more direct marketing for specific jobs, we had some employers that were engaged with us specifically about that. What we found, though, is that we were getting a better return on investment when it was a much more holistic versus being driven by specific jobs.
Okay.
So
When you say chamber, Waco and the chamber, or just the chamber?
I'm just saying the chamber and the county.
Chamber and county?
Yes,
So the city of Waco doesn't participate in the funding
They-
of the in Waco?
No, sir, they diverted their funds into some other areas.
What's the total cost to run the program?
The total cost of the program is about $100,000 a year.
Okay.
And then the last one for the chamber to visit with y'all about is the Business and Education Initiative. This is one that we started 2 years ago, and really to help engage industry education and community-based organizations for a greater opportunity for workforce and talent development in the community. And so we're really deep into this now. We've 2 strong staff members that are engaged in this every day and really helping to identify what's next. Some things that we've done this year, we started our youth internship placement program. We placed 61 students in youth internships over the summer. And we certainly had more applicants than we had spots available for internships. So these are high school students, not college level students. It's a little bit harder to place a high school student in an internship over the summer than it is for a college student on the business side of it. And so we had, I think, about a dozen last year. And so we've really excelled in engaging more businesses this year. We've expanded our teacher externship program, which is where teachers go into the workplace for several days. They learn what business is doing, and then they are creating a lesson plan to take back into the classroom after that to show students more real-world experience and how it's applicable to the things that they're learning on a daily basis. And then we have some additional engagement, community engagement with the Workforce to Education Forum that's happening later this year. Our LEAD program continues to thrive. We have now gotten back to our pre-COVID levels and beyond. So we had over 100 mentors this year. We had 107, which before COVID, 102 was our highest number. So we're getting there, and we're continuing to scale the program. We had 215 students in the pipeline. We did 120 tours, a lot of different things. One of the best things is the scholarships that are funded through this program as well. And these are not the dollars that the county is putting into the program. These are separate dollars that are brought into specifically for scholarships, but $95,000 in scholarships that have been awarded. So we're leveraging a lot of things to help grow the program. On the business to education side, I won't go through all these things, but I think it's important to show that the program is continuing to grow. I've had 563% growth in their industry tours this year. The teacher externships have grown. Student engagement continues to grow. And so, it's one of those things where you're a little bit timid when you're putting goals out there. But the fact that they've not only hit those goals, but have just knocked them out of the park, there's certainly a lot of opportunity for continued engagement. And what we're working on right now is to be able to take the businesses that are already engaged and leverage their experiences to help recruit more business into the market and help recruit more business to engage in this program. We're also leveraging the Chamber's Foundation to help expand the reach and the capabilities of the business and education initiatives. And so in the previous year, we received $15,000 in grant requests. This year, we've received over $118,000. So we're trying to, we know that if we're going to continue to grow and make this program impactful, we've got to have more resources. We don't want to come to you and ask for increasing resources. We want to bring dollars from the outside the community to be able to make that happen. And so here's the sources. City of Waco is a partner in this as well. They're also a contributor at the $125,000 level. We have chamber contributions that are coming to that, plus the foundation. So we're continuing to grow the capabilities of the program. So our chamber request for you this year is to continue our economic development services agreement at $199,500. Our In Waco Digital campaign at $50,000, and the Business and Education Initiative at $125,000, which is the same level at $374,500 that we were in the last fiscal year. And then the last thing is the Spaceport Development Corporation. Our request for that for this upcoming year is $9,500. It's not a big, there's not a whole lot of activity that happens with the Spaceport Development Corporation right now. But there have been some changes at the state. They have a new space commission that they've formed. And so there's more opportunities for the Spaceport Development Corporation to now engage beyond just the Spaceport Trust Fund, and for us to leverage some of those things in partnership with some of our other aviation-related partners like TSTC to be able to do some things. And so we don't need a lot of dollars to make this one function. We're just going to need a little more staff engagement there on our part.
What does the, isn't this mostly the money for Spaceport to send our person to whatever?
This is, just some operating expenses. We've not leveraged, I don't think we've drawn against the fund at all for 2025. So it's in the event that we need to do it, the dollars have been allotted there. But if we don't need it, we don't use it. And thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Very much.
All right, any questions for Chris before she departs?
Not yet.
All right. Okay, Chris, thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
All right. If we have any follow-up questions, we'll give you a buzz.
Perfect. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
So Judge, I'll go ahead and introduce our next section of presentations, if that's okay.
Yes.
And so our next group we have here in our 9:30 hour, and we have Mission Waco, HOTBHN, Animal Birth Control, and Creative Waco. And so they have, of course, provided you information that we've made available to you on the SharePoint Drive. And so they will review those requests with you and then be able to answer any questions you may have. And of course, we have asked to keep, just for the sake of time, just to keep presentations between 10 and 15 minutes, which will allow you to ask questions as well. So I think we can start with Mission Waco if y'all. Yeah, we could do it for you if you'd like. Do you want to pull up your stuff? And we have your presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. We're here to ask you for money. Are you just as excited as I am?
See, a lot of folks there might be here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it as short as I can. My name's John Calloway. I'm the Executive Director of Mission Waco, which is the organization that is spearheading Creekside Community Village. I've got a short presentation, but I want to introduce a couple people. To my left is Billy Davis, who's on our leadership team. George Swarton is a part of the Cumming Group, which is our owner's rep. And back in the, I guess, the gallery maybe is what you call it, is Jed Cole, who's on our leadership team. Jay Jeffrey, who's on our leadership team as well. And Jonah Fox, who is he's got the best title at Mission Waco, the Chief Village Officer. I think for a long time, many of us have addressed and thought about and maybe even prayed through how to address homelessness in our community. We believe that one of the single leading causes of homelessness is this profound, catastrophic loss of family, which is why we believe that housing alone is not going to solve homelessness in our community, but community will. And that's what this project is all about. If you can go to the next slide, please. As a part of Creekside Community Village, the model that we're basing this off of is down in Austin called Community First. My sister and brother-in-law have lived out in that community as volunteers for over 10 years. And so I have personal working knowledge of that organization and how they've been successful in solving homelessness in Austin. Austin's a little bit different than Waco. If you don't know, we have around 250 folks who struggle with homelessness in our community, which is not a huge number. And we believe that challenge can actually be mitigated with the right permanent and supportive efforts. One of the main questions we get all the time is this a free handout? And the answer is no. We don't believe that works. It hasn't worked with the government, and we don't think it's going to work here. Everyone is required to pay rent. Now, most of the folks down in Austin are age 59 and over, so most of the folks that will be in our community will be on some sort of SSDI, SSI. But we also want to approach this challenge from a mixed income approach. So it's volunteers who will live out there, who will own their own homes, that will help be a part of the supportive community that will exist for those exiting homelessness permanently. It's for McLennan County residents only. You have to have been in McLennan County for more than 1 year. The way we currently manage that is the system, HMIS, Homeless Management Information System, that we share with Salvation Army, Compassion Ministry, so on and so forth, where we know where people have been and what services they've received, so we can look up on a computer and know exactly how long they've been in our community. Of course, we've been doing homeless ministry and work for more than 25 years, so we also have a lot of relationships and we know how long people have been in our community. We looked at a number of locations, both in the city, outside the city. We landed on a 68-acre tract of land on University Parks Drive between Highway 6 and LaSalle Avenue. We bought that in 2023. It's right outside the city limits, but still in the Waco ETJ, so we have access to all the utilities and city services that we need for this project. It's also easily accessible. It may seem like it's pretty far out there, but it's really only about a 10-minute drive from where our current Meyer Center is, which is our sort of one-stop shop, holistic approach and services to the homeless community. This phase one is almost $15 million. We've raised almost 11. We have a $2 million line of credit, and so our ask of the county is to help match what the city of Waco has invested in, which is almost $2 million. You can go to the next slide, please. You'll see there, that's where the property is, close to Loop 340. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. Closed on the property in June of 2023. We broke ground in October of last year. We'll have completed our on-site utilities and off-site for that matter. Those are finished by September of this year. And then we'll be looking at roads and homes in the fall with the plan of moving people in late December, early January. Next slide, please. At total capacity, with all the phases, we're looking at 346 units. So you'll notice if we have a homeless population of 250, that means that every single person in our community who wants to exit homelessness has and will have the ability to do so when we're at full capacity. Next slide, please. We have 3 different kinds of homes. They're called studios, which are the smallest. We have micro homes, which are slightly bigger, and then the larger 400 square feet park model homes that you'll see on the bottom right there. If you go to the next slide, I wanted to give you just an idea of what these look like, because I want everybody's first idea when they walk onto this property to be, I would live here. Because the dignity that we want to promote and give people is that homes that are just as nice as the ones we have. I showed you this example. It's our rooftop hospitality home. I show you this because we've got a unique relationship, thanks to a good friend of ours, Curtis Cleveland, with Guama. Those students will be building this home out on site. And I hope by July 4th of next year, I'll be able to watch the McLean fireworks from the rooftop of this deck. So we're excited. I'm at least excited about that. Go to the next home, please. It's another example of how nice and how high of quality these homes are. You can go to the next one. These are all the studios. This is the micro home, sort of like a duplex. It's upwards of 200 to 300 square feet, and it saves us money with one slab, one roof. Go to the next slide, please. This is our largest model of the park model homes. Most of our volunteers who own their own homes, they will purchase these from Leland Cabins, who's our preferred vendor. And they will live in those and have a year commitment to help serve alongside and love folks who are out on site. Next slide, please. These are our community kitchens, which are industrial, commercial grade, very, very nice space for gathering people together, for church groups to come out and cook breakfast tacos or cook hamburgers and just have a good time. Next slide, please. Some of the units will utilize community amenities like both the kitchen and this individual centralized bathroom. If you go to the next slide, you'll be able to see where we are currently. Those are our both the wash house and the kitchen. They're currently dried in, and they need to be dried in because it has been raining like crazy. And it's been hard to access all of these things, so we're about a month behind in construction. Go to the next slide, please. We have a number of other buildings, not just homes, where people will gather, and this is one of those with the Welcome Home Center. Part of exiting homelessness is also reunifying with family, if possible. And places like this, alongside of partnerships with other nonprofits in our city, will conduct services within this building, the Welcome Home Center. Next slide, please. Half the property we're working to get out of the flood zone with Walker Partners, who's our civil engineer. Half of it will not be able to get out of the flood zone, and so we'll use that. We have over 30 acres for farming, gardens, parks, and we'll have an outdoor amphitheater as well for concerts and movie nights for folks from all over the community to come and visit and participate. Next slide, please. If it's up to you, I'd like to answer some questions and try to provide some answers.
So you've got phase 1, and you're funded for phase 1 for the most part. Phase 2,
We haven't started on phase 2 funding yet. That'll come in time. We're still lacking about $2 million to finish phase 1.
John, how good is that, in your opinion, how good is that homeless survey that we have, those numbers?
It's as accurate as you would think. What it really does is show trends in our community. So the point in time count, that survey is what you're talking about, we've done since 2005. Back then, when we first started, we had over 600 folks that were chronically homeless in our community. And so over time, you've seen a decrease. I think the challenge is that in 2023, we saw a 25% increase. I think post-COVID, you had a couple years there where surveys were probably as accurate as you would imagine. People just weren't around, and people were scared of going into shelters. And so, I mean, the Homeless Coalition takes a helicopter and flies over the community, identifies camps. And so you go out with about 40 or 50 volunteers from all the different survey service organizations. So we go interview those folks. It's an app, it's a government app on our phones. But then you count the sheltered folks as well with Compassion, Salvation Army, Mission Waco Family Abuse Center. So it's sheltered and then unsheltered. So sheltered folks, it's very accurate, but it gives you a point in time. It's not going to tell you the overall picture, if that makes sense.
Sure. And what, how many folks do y'all see coming? I mean, what's your estimate?
Eventually.
Eventually, it'll be 346 units, 300 of which will be capacity for folks who are exiting homelessness. So it covers all the people that exist today, but then there's room to scale a little bit in case those numbers grow as our community grows, as we've seen in Waco in general.
Great. Thanks.
Are any of those facilities, John, capable of families that have been displaced, homeless?
Yes, great question, and yes. So the Park Model Homes are about 400 square feet, so it's not huge.
No, but
But it fits families, and certainly have a lot of families. We'll have a program that is required by the city of Waco with the money they gave us, that is a home ownership program. And so you would imagine a family, this will be transitional for a lot of our families. They come out, they stay for a year. In that meantime, we're working with a neighboring nonprofit here in town between Habitat, Grassroots, NeighborWorks, to establish, a down payment, first-time home buyers down payment for their home. And so that there will be a part of that program that I foresee a large amount of our families actually utilizing and taking advantage of.
I will say I had the opportunity to tour the site out there with John, and remarkable, really is what's going on.
Thank you.
Of Waco's commitment, how much of that's in kind and how much of it's cash?
It's all cash.
It was all cash,
They
but I
gave
know
a-
they're doing some in kind for y'all also, aren't
A
they?
little bit, but mostly it's that 1.85, correct me if I'm wrong, George,
And
is a cash
extend-
commitment. Well, they helped buy the property. The property is 1.5 million. They gave $1 million of that to purchase the property. And then they are about 850,000-ish is the water line that's coming to the property.
That's right.
And then about between 15 and 30% of the on-site water, if that's still accurate.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I know, and we talked about this, and refresh my memory. Is there any thought on Waco side as far as annexing that eventually or not? Have y'all talked with them?
We have not talked about
Advantages or
that with them.
disadvantages, because I know there's some adjacent, more properties that would be advantageous at some point in
Sure,
time.
and especially now that there's water access to all those properties, it might be advantageous for the city, but we have not talked about that with them and whether it's worth it for us.
But you will have city services though,
Correct.
okay.
Water,
Water, sewer.
the main ones, electric,
Solid waste pickup?
solid waste, correct. So, yeah.
You mentioned a moment ago, and I was reading and listening at the same time, so I apologize. But there's opportunity for these people to buy one of these homes, is that what you're saying?
Mostly not. For the volunteers who live out there, they will buy those. It would be quite challenging for someone who's on Social Security, SSDI, to actually be able to afford buying a home. So it'll be permanently rental for them.
Okay, but I was just gonna say there better be some pretty good restrictions in there if you're gonna.
That's right, that's right.
If you're gonna allow that, so,
Yeah.
okay, got you.
Any other questions?
One
thank you,
other-
friends. I
do
appreciate
Do you have, so how is our church community responding there?
We've had incredible church response. Currently, Meadowbrook Baptist, for instance, is building 2 homes in their parking lots. We'll be moving those out on site. We've had a number of other churches that have committed homes, probably around 15 different churches. TSTC is involved. The professors out there, the faculty, will be designing 4 of our Airbnbs that we'll have out there, because the homes are so small, it'll be very difficult for folks to come out and family members to come visit. And so we'll have Airbnbs that'll be at discount. Those faculty members will design them, and then students, late summer, early fall of next year, will actually build those out on site. So we've had not just church, but Guama and TSTC, and we welcome any other opportunities to partner with folks as well.
There's your in-kind there, Jim.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
Okay.
Could I add one statement? I'm the guy that's always begging for money. The churches have responded, community-wide has responded. I mean, it is extremely important that the county participate in this, not only as we're doing this now, but as we move in the future. I mean, the city has done its part. The county really needs to get involved. We anticipate this program's going to save $35,000 to $40,000 per individual out there in services, you know, provided by the city and county. So I'm on my knees begging for y'all's earnest consideration and being a major partner in this development.
Yeah.
That brings back one thing I think you'd mentioned, John, earlier when I was out there about the opportunity for some of the different homeless the people that cared as far as being able to meet out there with them and work with them on site, a central location. They can take services to them and meet with them and
That's
work.
correct. You know, at the beginning in Phase 1, there's only 35 units.
Yeah.
And so a lot of our efforts will be getting them back to their primary care physician at Waco Family Medicine, or an appointment with Architects Behavioral Health Network, or any other services that they're currently taking advantage of. Beyond Phase 2 and beyond, for sure, there will be enough critical mass for those services to be on site. We have a building called a Neighbor Services Building that will be solely dedicated to partnering agencies coming in and helping this population.
John, the age group you're thinking about is going to be out here? What age group are you thinking?
Certainly over 18, unless there's a family.
Is there going to be a requirement for job, that they have to have a job, or can they get a job?
Everybody has to pay rent.
Okay.
And so most likely, especially, you know, there's lots of restrictions on Social Security and
Right.
disability checks that you're getting, how much you can make, how much you can't. We will have dignified ways for people to earn income. You know, the wash houses need to be cleaned.
Sure.
The grounds need to be mowed and weed eated, and trash needs to be picked up. And so there will be opportunity for folks to earn money to pay the rent, because that's the number one rule, is everybody has to pay rent. So for folks who don't want to get a job and they don't have income, they won't choose to live out here because we won't allow it.
I think one of the great things about this project as well, a lot of the dollars that we are spending are all local subcontractors, contractors. That money's going back into the community. And so we've been able to partner with a lot of great groups here just to reinvest that money back into the community.
Have y'all actually built some of these homes yourselves? Or
We've-
contracted with someone to do them?
We've built 7 homes thus far
That y'all have actually been
that we've
responsible?
actually built, or we've used local groups to build. We just ordered 20 additional homes, and so we have about 10 to 15 left that we'll build.
At about what a square foot?
What do you say, George?
Yeah, it's a little skewed just because they're so small. But they're going roughly about 34,000 for each studio unit.
Which is about 150 to 250 square feet.
Trying to see if y'all could encourage the builders around here to do the same with cost of construction.
If you've got a cell phone number to give me, I'll make a call. Well, I know we've taken up a lot of time, so thank you for everything y'all do and this consideration for helping. I appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate the
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
John and Billy, I'm sorry I'm not there, and all the support group that's with you to shake your hand, but I shake your hand virtually, I guess, but, so, appreciate y'all's time, and, we're taking everything into consideration, so, I'm sure we may have some follow-up questions, so thank y'all very much for coming.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
All right.
If we can move to HOTBHN, the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network. And so we have, of course, multiple contracts between the county and HOTBHN for various programs and services. And so some slight changes from last year, but I'll let them speak on that as well.
Good morning, Ryan.
Morning, Judge.
Appreciate y'all coming today, and we'll introduce who's with you. And you and I have been talking a lot here lately, working on several deals, including legislation to kind of help the mental health community in our area. So go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
All right, thank you, Judge Felton and Commissioners. We thank you so much for allowing us to be here today and to kind of talk about some of the services that we provide and the support that we get from the county. My name is Ryan Adams. I'm the CEO for Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network. This is Linus Gilbert. He's our Director of Justice Involved Programs. And Melinda Bonds is our Associate Director of Adult Mental Health Services. So currently, we have 4 different contracts with the county for services. The first one that we have at a request of $178,600 is what we call our comprehensive array. As the local mental health authority for this area, for the 6-county region here in Central Texas, we are the state-funded system for all outpatient behavioral health services. The money that we get from the state to provide these services comes with certain match requirements. And so we do depend on the support that we get from the county to leverage those state dollars to continue to pull those down. The funding from the state has remained pretty stagnant over the past 15 years or so, while our costs have continued to increase. So we do depend on the support that we get from the county for not only the operations, but again, to leverage those services. So in our comprehensive array, this is what we typically refer to as our outpatient services. So this is our case management, our psychiatric services, counseling, skills training, medication management, all of those types of services that an individual needs to help heal from their condition. On our emergency psychiatric services, that request is $92,400. This is something that the county has been supporting us for many, many years now. And this is typically to provide those psychiatric services to an individual that's in a crisis. Our new diversion center that we have over on Imperial, we very proud of that facility. We're really starting to see our numbers increase over there. We have a 24/7 operation there where law enforcement can bring individuals in, and within an hour, we have them in front of a psychiatrist to do an assessment on them to see what is the most appropriate disposition for that individual. If their acuity level is a little bit lower, and we can place them on our residential unit, we can do that. Typically, if a person has a much higher level of acuity where they require a higher level of care. We have contracted state beds with the state of Texas where we can, if they don't have a payer, we can place them into an outpatient facility where they can get the care that they need. And the idea behind all of that is to try to divert individuals away from law enforcement involvement as much as possible and the emergency rooms and ultimately jail. And so, as I said, we have seen some really good results in the new diversion center. We're still ironing out all the processes there, but we work very closely with the sheriff's office and with Waco Police Department to kind of work out all of those kinks. And so we're really starting to see some results there.
When you mentioned that you're starting to see an increase, do you have any numbers that
Yes,
you
I
can give
do.
us?
Yes, I do. So we over the last year, and let me pull this up because I was talking with Judge about this the other day in one of our BHLT meetings. We have seen about a 68% increase in the first 9 months of bed day utilization in the diversion center over where we were from the first 9 months. And I will pull up those numbers here. All right. All right. So in the first 9 months, we had a total of 1,385 bed days in our residential units for this fiscal year. And our fiscal year begins on September 1st. So that's the first 3 quarters. For the same time period in the prior year when we were over in the DePaul space, we had a total of 821 bed days. So again, that has increased by 68.7% over the prior year. When you look at our triage numbers, which are the people that came in for an assessment, that did increase, but only by 16%. So what that tells you is that we're seeing just a slight increase in the number of people that are coming through our triage department, but we're placing many more of those individuals on our units, which means that they don't end up in the emergency department or in jail. And that's something, the bed day utilization is not exactly where we want it to be right now, although it is really trending in the right direction, but we see that doing nothing but increasing.
And then law enforcement, have they caught on and they using you a good bit? Or?
They are. It's taken some talking and meeting processes, getting those things ironed out. But yes, we are certainly, I've talked to Deputy Chief Blossman many times about that. He has instructed his deputies that, we're the first place that they're to bring people. We are doing some very intense training with our staff about who is appropriate to accept, and making sure that if there's any possibility to divert, that we do that.
Thank you.
So the third contract that we're here to request today is what we call our medical clearance. And again, this goes back into the diversion center. We have had a medical clearance piece that both the county and the city have supported us over for the last, 5 or 6 years. That whole process has taken a while to get off the ground. When the city and the county first decided to fund this activity, we had started with the process of working with Waco Family Medicine to do some rounding and stuff like that in our, at the time, CTC over at DePaul. And then something called COVID hit. And that really stopped all the momentum that we had on that. So coming out of COVID, or as we were coming out of COVID, we were able to hire a part-time medical doctor, Dr. Sosa, who has been over the past several years basically on call 24/7 to do medical clearance. And what medical clearance is, when an individual comes into our diversion center, the very first thing they get is a nursing assessment. To check out their medical condition, because if they have some high-level medical condition, extremely high blood pressure, a broken arm, something like that, blood sugar is off the charts, then at that point in time, we're not able to serve them because we're not a medical facility. And those are the times that we do have to send individuals over to the emergency room. But if it's a lower level medical condition, maybe just slightly elevated blood pressure or, a poison ivy or something like that, and we can treat the condition, then we can divert them again away from the emergency department. And so, like I said, for the past several years, we've had Dr. Sosa on call 24/7, mostly doing telephone consultations. As we have been working through this, and Judge has been a part of many of these discussions, now that we're in the new diversion center and Waco Family Medicine has a medical clinic there, during our regular working hours while the clinic is open, Waco Family Medicine is providing that medical clearance for us. And so we have really seen the numbers take off. In the first quarter of 25 this year, we diverted a total of 15 individuals from the emergency room, with the doctor being contacted 62 times. But the first quarter, we had just gotten into the diversion center. And so when you look at the second quarter, for the second quarter, we diverted a total of 72 individuals from the emergency room, with the physician being contacted 80 times. And so you can see that from the first quarter to the second quarter, as we're starting again to refine these processes with Waco Family Medicine, that we're seeing those numbers go up. And so the last piece that we're working on, which is probably going to be the most critical piece, is we're working on after-hours medical clearance. So after 5 o'clock and on weekends. So if somebody comes in on a Saturday and again has lower-level medical condition, we're working with Waco Family Medicine to work with their residents and their doctors to be able to call them, and they can either do a telephone consultation, a telemed consultation, or if they feel they need to come in, go ahead and come in. And so this is where the support from the county for this process will come in, because we're expanding this process. And I think Judge could speak to it, that's one of the highest priorities for law enforcement, is being able to have those folks come in, get medically cleared, have us take over, and they can get back on the street.
That's correct.
And then our last group of services I'm going to let Melinda and Linus speak to is our pretrial diversion program and our reintegration roundtable.
Hello, good morning. In speaking about the reintegration roundtable program, we are a program that both has jail-facing and community-facing services, and we've have looked at, we have 3 classes right now going in the jail with 16 participants in each class, 2 pods for the men and 2 pods for the women. 32 ongoing in the jail with a 12-week graduation cycle. So that gives the opportunity for people to recycle through the class, recycle a new cohort into the class. Currently through fiscal year 25, we have 193 people served, with 44 of those served in the McLennan County Jail. 8 of them are veterans. And in the community, we have 42 people ongoing in community services, plus 68 unduplicated services provided to individuals who were provided a service. Somebody that heard about the reintegration roundtable and they're a McLennan County resident, and they come in and they need assistance with maybe clothing or something to help them get a job. Also, we have ongoing 39 state jail consumers that are McLennan County residents that we're in contact with. We did an analysis of 21 of McLennan County participants in the community who have not recidivated since receiving ongoing services. They are receiving ongoing services. And we took into account the costs to the county for their time in jail. And we also took into account, we're using the figure of $84 a day to house an inmate in the McLennan County Jail. And from this group, this cohort of individuals receiving ongoing services in the community who have not recidivated, we have an analysis that shows we've saved the county $822,615 on this group. And if they achieve one more year with this specific cohort, it would be projected savings of $585,005, and that does take into account how much they cost the county when they were in the county jail. So that is what we are looking at with the reintegration roundtable. We're really excited about the successes they've had with the pretrial intervention program. That's a collaboration and partnership with the McLennan County District Attorney's Office. And we have a fully licensed clinician who performs a behavioral health and substance use screening and provides the recommendations to the panel of the District Attorney's Office, and works closely. Some of the recommendations may include, they may go to batterers class, they may get DDA, they may get drug and alcohol treatment, and it gives the opportunity to proceed without having a ding on their criminal record.
And just the reintegration roundtable, just like the medical clearance, is also partially funded by the city. So it's a collaboration between McLennan County, the City of Waco, and HOTBHN.
And I'd like to add something to that, and that is that the McLennan County Jail's recidivism rate is 72.9%.
Right.
As of 2024. So that's actually pretty high. And the reintegration roundtable rate of recidivism for all of those that they're working with that go from the jail out into the community and they continue to work with them is 4 to 8%. So this program is highly successful. We'd actually like to be able to serve more clientele, just because of the level of success. We aren't asking for additional funding for the reintegration roundtable this year. However, like I said, we would like to be able to serve more if possible at some point in time with additional staff.
Any other questions for us?
Any chance that the stats that you guys have just shared, that y'all can get, you've got it? Okay.
Yeah, we'll get those to you.
I've seen the list of the bed usage. It's remarkable, it really is. And I noticed, because we're multi-county, is that correct?
Yes, we serve 6 counties here.
Serve 6 counties. All right, so I know we have some state funding that comes to us.
Yes, sir.
And support here from the Commissioners Court. What about the other counties? How do they contribute?
So the other counties each contribute money to just our regular outpatient services. So when I spoke of the first one, the comprehensive array, we have an arrangement like that with the other 5 counties to provide support to us for those services that we're providing. Obviously, they're not near the contribution that McLennan County makes because of the right. But yes, we do have support from all 5 of our rural counties as well.
Anything at all from HotCog? Do y'all ever work with HotCog for grants or anything?
We work with them some, mostly in looking at like grants and things like that, but not directly. We used to have a program with them that we did. Was it peers, Melinda? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a peer program that we worked collaboratively with them on, but the funding that we were receiving from that went away, and so we had to terminate that program.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, anything?
I do not have anything. Do y'all have any other questions?
Do we work with like state agencies too, when people are getting out?
You're talking about from jail?
Not just jail, but prisons? Or is it just all? Can you explain that to me?
We absolutely will accept a referral from, if we receive a referral for community services inside of McLennan County for a McLennan County resident. We are currently, I notated that we have 39 that were in the McLennan County Jail that went to a state jail, and we're actually in contact and still working with them. And if we receive a referral in the community, that's a parolee and they need assistance, we'll do everything. If they reside in McLennan County, we'll do everything we can to assist them. And yes, we do work with state agencies. One would be helping these folks get driver's license, IDs, get back on their feet.
I'd like to also include in that, so we have another program that is actually not, it's paid by the state, called TACOME, Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments. And so we have a process where we get referrals off of the TMHP portal. And so Texas Department of Criminal Justice from the prisons send us those referrals.
How many do we have in the county right now? Do you know, or about roughly?
So predominantly, we have probation, those on probation with the COME. We probably have about 45, and that's between McLennan County and just some sprinklings of ones in the counties.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, well, we thank you so much for having us today.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, Melinda, and Linus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
So up next, we have animal birth control, Carrie Spivey. And then we'll move on to creative arts, and then we will, or creative Waco rather, and then we'll move on to our 10:30 group presentation.
At the 10:30 mark, Judge, we probably need a quick recess at around the 10:30 mark.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good till then?
Sounds good.
All right. Morning.
Good morning.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning. All right. Well, you may proceed.
Thank you. Well, we've had a major thing happen at the Animal Birth Control Clinic this year. In February, we added a second surgeon, and what that has done for us is we have been able to almost double the number of surgeries per day, at least 2 days a week. And that is the capacity that we have needed to have since 2019. So we're really excited about that. It's felt really good for the community as well as us. But we're doing a whole lot more surgeries. Last year, we did over 10,000. We are expected to do near 14,000 this year at least. And our transportation program, we have expanded that to where outside of Waco, we are doing more trips into the county for people who can't get their pets to us for whatever reason. We need to be doing more in the county. We've had a lot of conversations with various cities and, helping them to learn how to use their ordinances and use this funding along with those. So it's more successful for compliance, for pets to be compliant. With the pressure that's on our regional shelters still, we want that intake to continue to go down. As you can see from the charts, that intake rose just a little bit after the pandemic opened things up. So with our dramatic increase in surgeries, just from past history, we do expect that intake will go down a good bit, but we need that to happen quick. Yeah. What else? So we did about 702 surgeries last fiscal year, and we need to do about 2,700 for the county with that funding. And now that we have the surgical capacity, that's gonna make that a whole lot easier to happen.
Do you still have activity within zip codes?
Yes, and I can get that to you.
Would you please?
Absolutely, yeah. We've had good conversations with Hewitt, Mart, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, and they're looking for solutions. And they are seeing that this is essential, no matter how they deal with the excess animals in their community, whether they've got any kind of temporary shelter or how many animal control officers they might have or not have. This part of it is essential, however they do it.
Are you getting participation financially from some of the smaller cities?
West still does about 2,000 for their cats. They don't seem to have as many problems with dogs, so that seems to be holding. We're waiting to hear back from Hewitt, Lacey Lakeview, and Belmead. So the others need it too, but
So you've asked them for funding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about transporting from other counties into here.
We don't do that much from out of county. We are doing more within the county and outside of Waco.
Oh, I thought you said outside the county.
I should have said outside of Waco.
I think she said out in the
Sorry.
county.
Out in the county. Thanks, Will.
Oh, okay, out here where I live, yeah.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, there's some out there too. Yep.
Carrie, on this chart, page right here,
Yes.
what's the difference between ABC full service and 2020, then ABC monthly, if they're all broken down by month? What are we talking? What does that mean?
What have I done? Oh, I should have had a label there. That's last year on the top.
That's last year on top, and this
Got
is
it.
current this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. But even last year, I don't know the total numbers across the bottom, but it's significant.
Yes, and you can see that we didn't really start to increase that until, February, March. And yeah, so we're doing good. But it is becoming more difficult for it to be sustainable, that's
Well,
for sure.
average surgeries per day, 46, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
last year, that's remarkable.
I
And they're
visited.
going up here.
I visited Miss Spivey last week or this week, was it this week? She wanted me to do surgeries.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen, but I had to.
That was a good decision on her
Yeah.
part to not let you do that.
We're saving you for the medical, hospital.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
Terry, is there any way, my mind is just going to, all right, we see what the city asks for every year for the shelter. If money was, if your funding goes up, their money should come down, right? Their request should come down. If, I'm just thinking of, are we approaching it backwards by building shelters and funding shelters and spending more money in that arena than we do in this arena? If you, I know I'm.
You
putting
get
in-
it,
I'm
you
putting
get
in-
it, yes.
Well, I mean, if, you know, if this, even if this number is close to being right, when she is advising that we, you know, we would have had 50, almost 51,000 births of animals, you know, last year, that's a lot.
'Cause the
That
ones
you
that
saved,
go in-
that we saved,
Right.
you know, running around and not, you know, I'm definitely a pet lover and, but we don't need those strays running around like that, so.
Well, and keep in mind, if you go in as a dog, you're not coming out like you went in. You're,
You're gonna get
a nice
fixed.
way to put that,
You're
but
getting fixed and chipped first, yes,
Yes.
absolutely, yeah.
I like the stat, five births prevented per
Yeah.
surgery.
Yeah,
So
that's almost
50,000
Yeah.
lives that are.
You got it. We would be absolutely overwhelmed. in
and
our
you're on
county.
track to do 64,000 this year.
No, 14 to,
Well, that'd
Births
be-
prevented.
oh, yeah, sorry, yes,
64,000
absolutely.
births prevented
Yes, thank
for
you.
each
So
surgery,
that's
yeah.
a 14,000.
Because you've only gone through 6
increase.
months here and you're already up to 32,000.
Right. I mean, it's hard to imagine what you don't see, but we know from areas in Texas that where they don't have the saturation even that we do here, they are in a world of hurt. So we are grateful for your help and for the help of the city and for individual donors that help support us too. So it's taken a village, I'm assuring you.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with Commissioner Perry. I'd like to see how many of those are coming from other incorporated areas within the county who aren't making some sort of financial support
Yeah.
to the ABC.
We can get you the zip code, but where
well,
the
zip
zip
codes-
codes bleed over, that
They
might,
bleed over a bunch,
it'll give us an idea.
yeah,
I'll get you that. Yeah, for sure.
yeah. I would encourage you to keep the pressure on those areas that don't make any kind of contributions that are still bringing animals in.
Yep, we appreciate that. As they're considering adding, a temporary shelter to their city, that's costly for them, and it's not gonna stop their cycle.
No.
So if they're gonna add a shelter or they're not adding a shelter, that's okay, that's their decision, but this still needs to be a big part of it.
well, and I guess the piece to that is, odds are that animal's gonna end up down here at the shelter on the circle anyway.
It may,
So if
yeah.
they, so instead of building that
Yeah.
temporary shelter or that whatever,
Just bring them
you
to
should be
us.
coming to you.
Just bring them to us. Yeah, if it's loose, let's figure out who it goes back to if we can. And if they're chipped, and they're doing a lot of chips in that area, that's gonna help a lot too. So you cover right now spays, neuters, and chips, and those are really helpful. If someone has a trouble paying for the rabies vaccination, we find other funds to help them care for that, so that's not part of what you fund. So many times the pet owners will cover that.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge?
All right, any other questions for Kerry?
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
And so we'll move on to Fiona Bond with Creating Waco.
Oops, throw these things around. Am I okay plugging directly into this?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Does that work on it?
Hank Phillips, deal, there's water, there's a chair over there if anybody needs.
Whether the sound works
Right
if I
behind
plug
you.
my
All the mics,
computer in directly?
they should work.
You want one?
If you wouldn't mind.
Good work.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Judge Felton and Commissioners.
Good morning. All right, appreciate you coming in this morning. We're kind of listening to everybody, it'll start short enough that we have time to ask a few questions and we can move on from there, so you can,
Absolutely.
you can start anytime you want to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think this can move out. There we go. See if we can get this working up there. And wait, it's too tiny for me to see. Wait. I'll get it started on this screen first.
We have IT, we have them back there if needed. You
It's
just let me know.
fine. I think we can just move it across like this. Hopefully. No, we can't. It won't let me.
Could have grabbed someone to help.
Well, you know what? It's mainly just that it's a little too small for me to see at this distance. The play from start, let's see. If I hold it up next to, wait, no, I can't do that either. Oh, that's it. You know what? I got it. There we go. Fantastic.
You got it.
We're good. Yes, thank you. It was just too small for me to see. Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes summarizing what we currently do as your cultural development agency. I'm Fiona Bond, I'm CEO of Creative Waco, and we serve as the cultural and arts development agency for Waco and McLennan County. We serve a local nonprofit arts and cultural sector that generates $74 million per year for our economy in the greater Waco area. And it's a sector that is worth $77.3 billion in taxable sales for the Texas economy and is about to grow significantly thanks to the new film incentives that have just been passed by the state legislature. And so looking at what we're currently doing and where we're going next, where I think the biggest opportunities are for this community. So the way that we serve is we exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community in Waco and McLennan County. And we do that through education to industry pipeline creation for every art form at every stage. And when we say education to industry, those industries are things like the music industry, the film industry, the fashion industry. But the nonprofit arts and cultural sector is what plugs the gap from people starting their journey as creative professionals and all of the things that happen in our community that help it to flourish. We re-grant about $300,000 per year in grants to nonprofit arts organizations and community initiatives. We do workforce development in the music, fashion, film, and digital media industries. And we specifically have an apprenticeship. We call it Art Apprenticeship Program. And you will have seen that the image there is from this year's Art Apprenticeship Program, which hopefully you have seen the mural that is being painted on the pavement at 7th Street, which is going to be an activatable space. But what's being painted there in that image is a giant board game that will be an interactive family initiative in our downtown area. We do strategic programming and activation where that doesn't currently exist in the community. So we run festivals, we run concert series, we do a lot of outside and in-neighborhood activations. We also do public art. So you will have seen the zoo sculptures, of course. We do both sculpture and mural public art. We also did the public art at the airport. And then we do excuse me, research and data that guides our strategic direction and that of the industry. This is just a very quick summary of our data from the last 12 months. Oh, well, it would have been. Let's do that. There we go. Can you hear that? Creative Waco is Waco's local arts development agency. We exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community here in Waco and McLennan County in the heart of Texas. What does that mean? It means we grow and support artists from education to industry, from students to celebrities.
By supporting arts education programs and performances, and by running arts apprenticeship, which mentors through work experience that offers opportunities for creative high school students and beauty for our city.
By bringing artists together, by running programs where creatives learn business skills, by providing online resources like our creative directory, and by connecting artists with businesses, services, customers, and audiences.
Last year, our programs and funding directly impacted over 1,200 professional artists and performers and over 2,800 students.
It means we grow and support arts organizations through funding programs that help other arts organizations attract further funding, through marketing and practical support, through professional coaching, and by connecting them with people and opportunities that can help them flourish.
Last year, we invested over $500,000 in arts organizations and their programs.
It means we can grow and support public art through working with philanthropists, community members, and property owners, and our city to turn great ideas into awesome art that our whole community can enjoy.
In the last 5 years, we have commissioned public art worth over $2 million for our city by artists from Waco and across the United States.
It means we grow and support brilliant people and ideas by offering an Arts Match program of support for innovation and impact in the arts that puts arms and legs on Waco's cultural plan to take action.
Last year, our Arts Match program invested $100,000 in brilliant ideas, and those projects leveraged $280,000 in match funding for the arts.
It means we do the research to figure out how the arts impact our community through education, economic impact, and the things we can measure. We can only measure some things, and the arts do a lot more than we're able to capture. But we want to make sure that we measure those things well. Then we work with all of our stakeholders to turn that research into a strategy that can make a difference.
When our high school students study one or more arts subjects, they are more likely to graduate. Our nonprofit arts and cultural organizations brought $74.1 million in economic impact to Waco last year. When arts activities happen in our downtown cultural district, audience members spend 3 times more on things like food and drink, which helps our downtown businesses thrive.
And speaking of our cultural district, that's another thing we do. We work with our arts organizations and our partners in the city and county at the City Center and Destination Development and in the business community to make the most of the great activities and venues at our downtown core. In 2016, we successfully brought all our partners together to become a Texas Commission on the Arts Cultural District. We activate our downtown with free, family-friendly concerts, festivals, and events such as our Dia de los Muertos Parade and Festival, our outdoor concerts, and our Chalk Festival. These bring opportunities for artists, performers, and vendors, connection to our community, and delighting our visitors.
We currently welcome over 35,000 visitors to our community every week.
Not many people from outside our community really understand how diverse Waco truly is. We want to see artists of all kinds in our community thrive.
One of the things that's unique about Waco is the fact that we have Baylor University, McLennan Community College, and Texas State Technical College that all develop expertise in the arts. For a city the size of Waco, we bring a lot to the table. Growing a thriving and vibrant art scene is an essential part of that. It's a part of our rich history, a current strength, and a vision for our future. Creative Waco is the local arts agency for Waco and McLennan County that helps us turn that vision into reality.
You can find out more about who we are and what we do at our website.
Seeing how I can, no, I don't want to do it again. There we go. So what McLennan County currently supports, a lot of our emphasis in the growth trajectory of Creative Waco has been on creating a critical mass of activity in the downtown core of what became the cultural district for Waco. Now what we are wanting to do is to expand some of that opportunity out further into the county, especially with the film incentives. That's creating an amazing opportunity for our state. Texas is about to become the next big thing in the film industry, and we want to make sure that our county is part of that story. What you currently invest in with us as a service provider is growing as a cultural hub and destination, so that's the bit that goes into growing Waco. Engaging the creative sector in revitalization and economic growth, which you've seen through some of the youth development programs and the professional development we do with people who are leaders in the nonprofit arts sector. Then supporting and highlighting the artistic and cultural talent of McLennan County residents. We have a number of the artists and organizations that we serve that are across the county, but they tend to do their programming in Waco itself. And then growing and supporting successful arts organizations and making sure they can be sustainable over time. Currently, each dollar that you in McLennan County invest delivers $134 that's leveraged in direct economic activity from that $1, $4 that are returned in local sales tax revenue. So for every dollar that you put into Creative Waco, that generates activity that's putting $4 back into local sales tax revenue, and actually $4.50 into state sales tax revenue. Then, of course, all of the other cascade benefits that come from that. Here are just some of the artists that live across the county that are directly engaged with our projects and programs. They're all young artists early in their careers that are on steep growth trajectories, and they're exactly the kind of people that we want to keep in this community, being able to thrive and survive as creative professionals here. So this year we're requesting $75,000 for 4 service areas, and we really want to emphasize expanding into and across the county, especially where that makes sense, given the new opportunities that are available. And that's what this looks like. So we have $20,000 for strengthening downtown Waco Cultural District as an anchor for cultural tourism and local business vitality. We've got $20,000 for, and the highlighted areas are the expansion areas, expanding the creative workforce development and apprenticeship programs to county school districts and residents. At the moment we have apprentices from 9 school districts in our current art apprenticeship program, but we would like to expand across the county. $20,000 for supporting cultural events and artistic initiatives in communities across McLennan County. So that means actually taking programming out across the county as opposed to just concentrating in the metropolitan area. And then $15,000 to support leadership and growth of successful and sustainable arts organizations. And here is the specifics of what we're wanting to expand. So Culturalist is a brand new digital platform. It's AI-driven, that is designed specifically for the creative and cultural sector. It connects artists, musicians, filmmakers, actors, anyone who's in a creative profession directly with opportunities, not just within our area, but actually across the world. So it means that, for example, when we have a request for proposals in our community that any artist in our community could apply for, they will automatically receive that request for proposals. They don't have to sign up to any special list. As long as they're part of the Culturalist platform, which is industry specific, they will automatically get opportunities. So actors would get opportunities to audition for films and for theatre productions. It also means that opportunities that are particularly relevant for people in our community, but that might be in another city entirely, will come to them also. So for example, Bryant Stanton, who is a glass and architectural artist in our community, would automatically receive requests for proposals from cities that are looking for a stained glass specialist across the US, but also potentially across the world, because we're hoping this platform, it will certainly be rolled out across Texas, and we're hoping that it will be across the world as well. County-wide services, we want every city and rural community to be able to have the opportunity to benefit from the kinds of creative sector growth and public art that we've been able to implement in the Waco area. And we also want to be able to grow art apprenticeship into county-wide school districts. And then film and digital media growth, we want to make sure that we are investing in talent development, connecting, showcasing, logistics facilitation, and making sure that we are showcasing potential film locations across the county as well. So this is part, West is already looking at becoming a film-friendly city.
Quickly, because we're a little behind, are we film?
Yes. film-friendly. Yes, so Waco is a film-friendly city, but the other cities in our county are not.
Who is the liaison? Is somebody,
So City of Waco, the point folks, so it's actually, it's Rebecca here, who is the point person.
okay, I didn't
For
know if
the-
it was you or somebody
Yes,
at.
so we partner
tourism.
with the city for making sure that our film industry is connected and able to.
Because that's some
access
real
that.
money.
It is real money.
So that's $1.5 billion.
That was my next question. Is that in the form of grants or is it direct funding or application?
It is, so the film incentive program that the state just passed it's $300 million per biennium.
For 5 bienniums.
For 5 biennia, yes.
1.5 billion.
Over the next 10 years. So it's 300 million per biennium. It's mainly in the form of rebates. And it is for any film project that is spending over $300,000. That's something that is applicable across the entire state of Texas. You have to have a critical mass of people who are being paid as part of the project as people who are Texas residents. So one of the reasons that we want to specifically grow this industry is because you only qualify if you have a certain percentage of people who are being paid that are part of are Texas residents. So that is, this is, I wouldn't put the sound on for this.
But we're teed up, though, for the.
We are in Waco, and of course, you've all got an invitation to the film festival, which is happening next week, which has been one of our biggest drivers. So on the opening night, for example, a film that was made in Waco because of the contacts that were made at that festival is being showcased. And this is actually the ad that we're showing throughout the film festival to engage filmmakers that are coming. We get about 500 filmmakers coming from across the world. And this is encouraging them to make their next film in Waco. I'd be happy to take any additional questions.
All right, any other questions?
No.
Deanna, thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you at the film festival.
Thank you.
Judge, can we take 5, please, sir?
Yes, sir. So let's recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh.
Brazos Trail. And then Dispute Resolution Center, and they passed out there's blue paper, that's for the next presentation, but there's a blue folder for
Okay,
the
the folder.
presentation.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'll be in the middle.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are y'all today?
Great. We'll be quick.
All right. You may proceed.
All right, good morning. I'm Catherine Logue. I'm the Executive Director of the Dispute Resolution Center of McLennan County. To my right is Chris Yeager, who is a Associate Professor at Baylor, who teaches contracts and dispute resolution, alternative dispute resolution, very handy. And Diane Mason to my left, who is the best thing since sliced bread that's happened to the DRC. She is a compassionate industrial engineer who was looking for, early retired, who was looking for flexible hours, meaningful work. And so she can be on the phone and be the most gracious and patient with people. And then I wander by and go, can you make these into charts? And she just lights up the room because she gets to make charts. So if you have chart questions, that will be Diane. We brought our little presentation. If you look through there and see any questions, we're in good financial shape. We continue to be good stewards. Diane and I are both children of Depression-era parents, so as my dad would say, he was tighter than Dick's hat band, and Diane and I continue that tradition. We run the DRC on 1.5 people. I'm full-time, Diane's part-time, and with volunteers. I know I'm kind of go a little out of order, but towards the back, I know y'all like to see our mediators. We have a mediator list. It looks like it's 4th page from the back. You'll recognize a lot of those names, a lot of local attorneys. And so a lot of local attorneys who volunteer their time. All of our family law and civil mediations are completely volunteer. Either I do them or one of these folks on the list does that, donates their time, which is how we're able to do what we do. Our CPS mediations, we have 5 people who are qualified. And when I say qualified to do CPS mediations, you have to have the 40-hour basic mediation, the 30-hour family law mediation, and then another 24 hours. So you need 94 hours. They are the toughest. You're dealing with almost always a termination of parental rights. So we have 5 folks on the list, really 2 that we use a lot. We pay a small stipend, and I also do them, and for our CPS cases. And we work with Judge Minkowski to make sure we're keeping our quality up and on those. We anticipate, I forgot Dr. Elisa Madden joined our board this year. She is a associate professor of social work at Baylor. She also has a CPS background. So she actually participated in mediations several years ago when she was a mediator, and brings a perspective on those CPS cases to the board understanding. We are finally we are overhauling our website. It badly needed it, and we are going to have a new logo. But most importantly, we're going to have executable intake forms and a much better payment system, and we'll be on a proper platform. What I inherited was a business platform. It was made for businesses, so we are in the process of doing that. We anticipate that our family law mediations will increase 57% this year over last, and they had increased 38%, I think, from the year before. That's
Due to what? Due to what?
57%?
Yeah, what's the increase due to?
Okay, that's what I was gonna, so the increase is,
I'm
the
sorry.
increase is due to, for the first 2 quarters, was due to, we just are getting the word out and people are coming back to us. It's probably the best I can say. And Chris has been on the board and can kind of give you some of that background, but people are coming back to us. So that was increasing it the last month or two, and part of the increase through the end of the year is Judge Luna has instituted a policy that for now is just for his court, but the idea is it will be for all the family law courts once the 74th is filled, that mediation is required for any final order, any hearing on a final order that's going to take more than 2 hours. So we are starting to see those cases come in, and then when the 74th is filled, and if it does become a standing order, that number will just continue to go up.
Thank you.
Yes, sure. Let's see. I think I've run through my, we've also got a list of our board of directors, which is the third to the last page. So we try to keep that with folks who have a knowledge basis, they're either mediators or they have a financial background, or they might be the county administrator, you never know. And then we have a former social worker with Anna Clark Martinez, and now with Dr. Madden. So I'm trying to go fast, but.
You're doing okay.
Right. So we are asking, y'all were kind enough to increase our funding from the ADR fund. I came in April of 2023, and so that budget year, Ms. Bartlett and Michael Brown and Dustin Chapman met, and there was, Ms. Bartlett confirmed that there was money in the ADR fund to cover that, which has been a huge help, and it's allowed us to do some of the website, and our offices we'd had really the entire floor where we are, and then when COVID hit, it shrunk to one office space, and we were on top of each other and didn't have enough room to separate people. So we've been able to expand our offices. All good. I'm going to throw it to these two to see if they have. Chris, do you have?
I don't have anything to add. I think you covered it.
Catherine.
Yes, sir.
Are the orders to go to mediation, those always come from a judge, or can 2 parties volunteer?
Excellent question.
And then are the decisions of the mediator binding, or is that something the judge can or accept or not accept?
Right, excellent question. The mediation, if the parties come to mediation, they can come because it's court ordered. They can come because and we have a lot of those, really the majority up until now have been, in family law cases, have been either pro se, so folks representing themselves, or the attorneys come to us without a court order to try to get the folks to work that out. If a mediated settlement agreement is reached, it's a binding contract. It's the parties' binding contract. So it's not enforceable by the mediator. It is, we tell them, don't sign it unless you can live with this, because this is a binding contract. It goes to the judge, and in very, very narrow circumstances, the judge can find that some part of that shouldn't be followed, but very small.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge?
Did you have anything?
Any other questions? Any other questions? Well, we so much appreciate y'all coming in, and
thank you.
And so I know you mentioned Dustin being on the board, so he should be able to answer any questions the court may have later on.
Yes. Sure. He can tell you how cheap I am. And I don't mean it like that. All right.
Oh, Lord.
Of course, I've known you a long time, and I've known that for a long time.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kathy.
So next we'll move to Syntex Reentry Roundtable Initiative. And so they had the blue paper packet
That's
is
this
what
one.
they, yes, would like to present to you, so. I will turn it over to them. Jean, are y'all ready? Do you want to, we can hold off, we can move to another, if y'all want to hold off. Okay.
Wait,
Okay, no rush. We'll go ahead and go to McLennan Community Investment Fund.
what the heck is that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can pull those up. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I lost my teams.
All right, good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Judge Felton. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Because you both can't sit in the chair.
All right, y'all may proceed.
Uh-oh.
Like they work well together, don't they?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Houston. I am the Executive Director of McLennan Community Investment Fund. It's nice to be back here today. I remember most of you from our presentation last year. I haven't been in this role very, very long. I took this position in October of 2023. I also have our loan program administrator who is a part-time independent contractor, but who also was the executive director of this organization at its inception, and this is Mr. Chris Gonzalez. So we are pleased to be here today to present our funding request for fiscal year 2026. And I have some information that I've prepared, and it's based on the written budget request that we provided for you. But please, if you have questions at any point in time, jump in. I would prefer to answer your questions than to give you information that I think you need, because I know that you know what's pertinent to your decision today. And how do we know if Judge Felton has a question? Does it show?
He'll
say.
jump in. He'll
Okay.
jump in.
You'll hear him.
Okay.
I'm not bashful.
Not at all. Well, thank you. So I'll just kind of nod my head when the slides need advancing. So we have a brief presentation prepared for you today, and I will present that. And then if you have any questions that are specific to the operations of our loan fund, Mr. Gonzalez is the resident expert on that. And he is here to take the lead on any of those kinds of questions. So our agenda for today is an introduction to our organization. It's McLennan Community Investment Fund, and we lovingly shorten it to MCIF. We'll talk about our mission and what we do, and also the impact that we have had in the community. Next, we will speak on our need for funding, addressing the economic opportunity gaps and barriers to capital that we seek to address as a community development financial institution. And then thirdly, we will speak on our strategic growth plan. There's a lot going on. Waco Foundation generously sponsored a loan fund operations assessment. It was about a 9-month process evaluating us from top to bottom and giving us findings, recommendations, and growth model projections, much of which is the foundation of this presentation and this funding request. And so we'll talk a little bit about our strategic growth plan, our vision, and our goals for the next 5 years. And that 5-year mark is important because that is the goal that we have set to allow us to be revenue generating, which is what we need to achieve in order to be self-sustaining. And then next we'll talk about the specific ask of our budget request, and then the impact we've made in the community and why your investment matters. So our mission is to promote economic growth and stability in McLennan County's distressed communities by supporting small businesses, increasing access to capital, and driving sustainable community and economic development. We are a U.S. Treasury certified community development financial institution, shortened CDFI Loan Fund, and we provide access to capital and business development education services to small business owners who traditionally lack access to banking systems. I cannot come before this court without thanking you. Your grant funding assisted us with obtaining that CDFI certification from the U.S. Treasury Department, and it is a heavy lift. People told us that we would not be able to do it so quickly, but we put the resources and the sweat equity into establishing a solid loan fund, and we were able in 2023 to obtain this certification. We were only founded in 2020, so it was no small feat. So our impact to date, and I am told that those numbers have changed even since I sent you this presentation. But since our inception, we have deployed $696,916 over 48 loans. And over 80% of our loans are made to small business owners in low and moderate income areas in McLennan County. So what's our reach? We serve 29 low-income census tracts in McLennan County, Waco, Belmead, Robinson, Lacey, Lakeview, to be specific. So what is the need that we seek to meet in McLennan County? We serve underserved communities. Many of the residents in our investment area are underbanked or unbanked completely, and this is similar to or exceeding statewide findings. We are looking to address economic opportunity gaps. So in McLennan County's median household income is about $59,000 or $60,000, and that's 79% of the national median. And the poverty rate here is 15.8%, and that's higher than the national rate of 12.3%. In Waco specifically, there's a lower median household income of $47,421, and we are situated in Waco right across the way. Here in downtown. And Waco also has a higher poverty rate than the national average with 24.8%. So as you can see, there are some economic opportunity gaps that we work to address. And then the barriers to capital. Small business owners often are considered unbankable because they face challenges to us accessing traditional funding. It might be a low credit score or lack of credit history or insufficient income or assets that prevent them from accessing traditional banking systems. So we provide a vital alternative to those predatory lending sources like your payday lenders, your title lenders, and so forth. So with the help of Friedman Associates, which is the CDFI consulting firm that Waco Foundation commissioned for us, we have developed a strategic growth plan that will span 2025 to 2029. Our goal is to evolve into a high-performing and self-sustaining community loan fund that fuels economic growth for all in Waco and McLennan County. Our total fundraising target over that 5-year period ending in 2029 is $2.25 million. $950,000 of that will be in capacity building grants, and then $1.3 million will be in program-related investments or recoverable grants. So some of it is for our operating capital, some of it is for our lending capital. And what are the key outcomes? Scaling lending from, as my new figure is $696,000 or $670,000 roughly, to $6.6 million. We want to increase our loan deployment rate to 70%. That's very key to us becoming self-sustaining. We would like to diversify our loan products in increasing our average size. So what we mentioned previously, and we're a microloan fund, and that means our loan range is $1,000 to $50,000. Very hard to become revenue generating and therefore self-sustaining at that level. So we need to diversify our loan products and increase the average size of our loans. We also seek to hire 3 full-time staff members. At present, I am the only full-time staff member, and we have some independent contractors who handle other functions part-time. That would triple our current capacity and get us back to where we were in 2023 when I started. It has been a heavy lift to maintain with us being short-staffed, but we are doing the best that we can. And finally, we need to implement a formal business development education program and upgrade our loan processing system. So our request, the part you've all been waiting for. Our 2026 funding request is as follows. We are requesting respectfully requesting $100,000 from the County Commissioners Court. Our total funding goal is $425,000, as recommended by the consultants who did the operations assessment. How will the $100,000 be used? The funding will be split into two equally critical components. $50,000 will be used to increase the loan fund, and $50,000 will be used to provide programming and operating support for managing and administering the loan fund. One of the things that we hear from our current clients and when we are out doing outreach and networking in the community is, why don't I know about you? Why haven't I heard about you sooner? And one of the things that the consultant said is that we really need to acquire more resources to increase our marketing and communications efforts so that people in the community will know that we are here. So this investment, combined with other fundraising efforts, will enable us to build the necessary infrastructure. That is staff, software, and systems. I like those 3 S's. Alliteration is one of my favorites. It's easy to remember. But this is necessary for our long-term and sustainable impact. So you have this. I'm going to hit the highlights, but it's our budget allocation so that you can see what that overall goal of $425,000 is. So some of it will go to staff and benefits. Some of it will go to organizational and programmatic support for the loan fund. This is the year that every CDFI in the nation must apply for recertification, even if they were just certified last year. The process for certification has changed, and all of us must reapply. And so we are using the consultants who did our operations assessment to ensure that we get that certification because it's so critical to our operations, to our fundraising capacity, and so forth. So the funding to cover that expense is there, loan software, loan capital, and as I mentioned, our marketing initiatives. So why are we asking for investment in McSIF now? Well, we have proven impact. We are proud to report here, and we've done so already, that we have successfully deployed the ARPA funding that this court gave us. We have expended all of that funding ahead of schedule, and you've given us funding that goes into our permanent loan fund, and we are successfully deploying both, and that helps us to maintain and strengthen small businesses and boost the economy here in our underserved communities. The assessment did find that we do demonstrate operational readiness. We are financially sound, well-managed, and poised for growth, and also community trust. We have the vision, leadership, and community trust to make a significant difference in our underserved communities. Next slide, please. And then the multiplier effect. This is a stat that I really am impressed by. $1 invested in a community development financial institution typically returns $8 in community impact. So your investment can multiply these types of returns throughout McLennan County if you invest in us. And then finally, closing the capital gap. This funding will catalyze our transition to a sustainable, high-impact community development loan fund that will serve as a permanent source of capital for underserved entrepreneurs. So, what will we achieve? What is the expected community impact? We seek to create and retain local jobs. We seek to expand entrepreneurship in low-income areas, and we know from the national data that entrepreneurship is one of the mainstays of the American economy. We seek to revitalize commercial corridors and neighborhoods. We also seek to build long-term financial infrastructure in our underserved communities to provide critical business development, education, and training. One of the stats that strikes me as pertinent to McSIF's work that Prosper Waco reported on in its latest Waco Snapshot survey that was released in 2024 is that the data about Waco residents attaining a 4-year degree shows that we are behind the state average and we are behind other cities of this size. And that applies similarly, according to Dr. Jeremy Rhodes, who did the data, to associate's level degree attainment and even high school diploma attainment. So when you think about running a business and when you think about stewarding these loans that we are making with the generous funding that you give us, if a business doesn't have the education to manage itself appropriately, to grow appropriately so that it can service its debt, it is truly operating at a deficit. We provide free business development education and training and one-on-one coaching and mentoring our busiest one-on-one coach is right here, Mr. Gonzalez, and that bridges that educational gap. Because I have a finance degree, it costs a lot of money. And it taught me how to do a business plan and a marketing plan and all these things, how to read a spreadsheet, how to create one. Our clients come to us very green and not knowing how to do some basic things. Your funding will help us to bridge that educational gap. And then finally, we want to graduate our customers to the traditional banking system. Success for us is when we empower these businesses to eventually access traditional bank loans. So, in conclusion, your support has been transformative, and it will help us to grow from a small microloan fund into a self-sustaining loan fund, and that will aid economic development here in McLennan County and Central Texas. And we believe that our partnerships, such as the partnership that we have with McLennan County, helps us to achieve shared prosperity here in this region. So together we can close the capital gap, and we can create pathways to prosperity for the communities that need it most. So we respectfully request $100,000 from the McLennan County Commissioners Court for fiscal year 2026. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. What other entities are participating in funding?
So we, one of the things that our operational assessment turned up, one of the pieces of information that turned up in our operational assessment, I'm sorry, my brain's going faster than my mouth.
Okay.
Is that we are heavy on government funding. That's federal, that's county, and that is city. One of the foundations that has supported us consistently is Waco Foundation, and then we have donations from individual donors.
Okay.
So that's our funding structure now.
And then originally, when you guys started out, wasn't it more zip code driven? And it may still be.
Still is, somehow.
Still is.
Census tract.
All right.
No, he's absolutely right. That reference to those 29 low-income census tracts is what you're speaking of. So I know, Mr. Commissioner Wilson, you're new to the court, and I don't assume that you don't know, but I would like to tell you, our investment area is defined.
Precinct 2, a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
And it's defined by those zip codes that land our borrowers in those 29 low and moderate income census tracts. In order to maintain our U.S. Treasury certification, 60% or more of our lending must be in those 29 low income census tracts. And so I think that is what Commissioner Perry is also kind of alluding to when we speak of the underserved communities.
You have to be careful. You don't turn anyone away, but you can't let that spread get to.
You gotta have that number.
That 60%, yeah.
Yes, and you're right. We can lend out, and can and do lend outside those 29 census tracts. However, we're looking better than most CDFIs in the nation because 80% of the dollars that you and others have given us has been deployed in those 29 low-income census tracts that would make up this court's territory.
Good, good. Okay. What CDFI gives you the opportunity to leverage federal, or an opportunity to leverage federal dollars, is that correct?
We use federal dollars in our loan fund, yes, sir.
And by being a CDFI, that streamlines the
It
process?
qualifies us. We're first in line for that funding as
Right,
it goes out
right.
each fiscal year.
So there's there's two ways that we can access funding through this CDFI fund, either through loans or through grants. And then there's, new market income tax credits and other things that we don't really use because we haven't grown to that extent.
To that extent.
And we are seeking to expand our operations so that we can tap into additional sources of funding. But to date, it has been grant funding to fund our operations, helping us to get that certification, and then also grant funding to help us. Our interest rate on our loans is 6 to 9%, and it's fixed. We are able to provide a lower interest rates than a lot of CDFIs in Texas because we have not yet morphed into using debt to provide loan capital.
May I add a few comments on that?
Yeah, go right ahead.
We don't have debt, which is a great thing. And
our fund has been deployed locally, and I've seen it go to many of our small business owners that really need that. So it is an asset to our community to have that certification.
What about, are you satisfied with your default rate?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if it's zero, everybody wants zero.
It's relatively low, yes, sir.
Relatively low, good.
Very,
That's
very,
even-
very low.
That's through the education part of it too, isn't it?
It
Yes,
is,
sir.
sir. And managing, so really speaking to our clients on a regular basis, making phone calls and,
Building relationships with the
Yes.
clients.
Good.
So that if they get in trouble, we have a client, for example, who is dealing with a major medical crisis, cancer. And the relationship that we've built has allowed them to contact us and say, we know we owe, can we pay a portion of what we owe because we're really being hit with medical bills and so forth. And so that relationship allows us to hedge a little bit so that the default rate isn't so high.
Y'all keeping pretty close tabs with the local banks around here. It helps them because you're doing loans they can't do, but
yes,
Yes, sir.
we have a great relationship with many bankers here in town that have sent us referrals that they just couldn't do. And they call us up and we're able to help these business owners. It's a great program.
And as you know, and I don't know if all of you know, but Judge Felton has been a huge help to us. We had a wonderful event that we're still reaping the benefits from in January, and Judge Felton brought a lot of the local bank leaders together so that we can tell them a little bit more about McSIF and seek their help. Judge Felton, that meeting resulted in a $25,000 grant from Independent Financial, which is now South State Bank. I haven't had a chance to tell you that yet, and we haven't done a press release yet. But we are still reaping the benefits of building the relationships with the local banks. Another beautiful thing is that we're able to get beyond our $50,000 cap because we've done some participation loans with local banks where customers have needed more than that $50,000.
well, I've said many a time that the community, McLennan County community is very fortunate to have banks that are of all different sizes and abilities, and I'd put y'all in there. There's a lot of different diverse ways to be able to access funding for projects, so we're fortunate.
Thank you, Judge Felton.
Can you give me some examples of type of businesses that are coming to you, the entrepreneurs?
Sure. We have a startup, a new business. I don't know if you've seen the truck around town, Canco. They pick up your trash cans and clean them up for you. So we thought that was a very interesting idea. And so we partnered with Central National Bank to make that loan because it was more than what we do on average. And so our team that we work with at Central National really helped us get that off and deployed. GTG Outdoors is an outdoors, it's a nonprofit. And what they do is they go out into the community and take young folks of,
Underserved,
right, and take them camping. Like me, when I was young, I'd never been camping, and I wish there had been something like that they can go out and do, and they take them out to the mountains. And so we help them with 2 loans.
So they
already.
do a lot of education around health and wellness. It's local too. It's more than just camping, but it's an approach to health and wellness that involves the families targeting the kids. We also gave a loan to Greater Waco Legal Services. I used to be on the board of that nonprofit, but they provide legal aid at free or reduced rates to underserved communities. One of the other clients that I am, Rogue Media is one of our clients. They have a couple of businesses like the Waco Escape Room. Here, this is what I'm looking for, thank you. Looking for the list of some of the clients that you would recognize.
Escape room, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is the one. There is a direct primary care center that is filling the gap in insurance services. I used to work with one of the doctors who has founded it, but you get a subscription. So you pay a monthly fee. It's a lot lower than what the marketplace would charge for insurance premiums, and you have access to direct primary care. You can get an appointment within 72 hours, and they'd also do telehealth. It's located right in that strip with the Salty Dog and the Grape. It's in the 76710 zip code. But I used to work at Waco Family Medicine. I was the compliance officer there, and it is very clear to me that the gap between the insured and uninsured is great here. And so that client, not because I know them, but because I know that health is life, is probably the one that I am the proudest of, because we have been able to help them sustain their operations. They're very new direct primary health.
Chris?
Yes,
Chris,
sir.
We appreciate y'all's time, and,
Yes, sir.
We may have other questions, and if we do, we know how to reach you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Judge Felton. Good to see you.
All right. And I see, is that Alfred back there in the?
Alfred
You
is
can
back
see
there.
him.
Yeah.
I invited him up here and he declined.
Well, I'm,
He's been animated behind you quite a bit. So.
yeah.
Great
I'm
presentation.
surprised.
Thank you.
Thank
y'all.
Thank you all.
Thank y'all very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
We have two more that we wanted to fit in before the lunch hour. Ready? Thank you. Thank you. And so this is Syntex Reentry Roundtable Initiative. And then this was the blue packet I mentioned of papers that they passed out.
That's here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I will turn it over to Ms.
For
Booth.
the information. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I was a little too late last year, so I'm coming back again this year for fiscal year 26. And I have a guest today, but I am Jean Boone, and I am with the community initiative called Central Texas Syntex Roundtable, Syntex Reentry Roundtable Initiative. And it was a community-driven initiative that we wanted to bring to the Commissioners Court because we had loved ones that had been incarcerated, and we started a community initiative that we wanted to bring to the court's attention about a reentry roundtable that our community needed. This initiative is established on, returning citizens come back to our community all the time, and you all have some written information before you. And I have a guest, Dr. Andrew Johnson from Fort Worth, Tarrant County Reentry Program. He is with the Cornerstone Assistance Network, and Dr. Andrew Johnson is the director of that program. He's the director of Reentry Services, First Stop Center for Tarrant County, and he's going to go over that program. And I have given you some information already about the number of inmates that have been returned to McLennan County, the conviction totals, and the numbers that were returned, of inmates that have been returned. And I was glad to hear earlier they talked about recidivism rates because we couldn't get that information very clear. But the Heart of Texas Behavior Network talked about also the services that they provide here. And I'll bring to your attention page number 3. It showed that when we did our community research that in the calendar year of 2022, their integration roundtable, they served 81 justice impact individuals. And I think they were talking today about how they had serviced 68 people. On page number 3, the white, the very last sheet, I have a star by it. It shows that they served in 2022 calendar year, they served 81 people. And their program is desperately needed because they're servicing mostly MHMR clients. And it's very intense, but that service, that population only. And we have so many more. If you look at page number 2, residents that return to McLennan County beyond the MHMR clients. So now I will turn it over to Dr. Johnson, to Andre Johnson, for him to present to us what they are doing in Tarrant County. Because Commissioner Smith had asked us specifically last year when Professor Nix was with us, to bring back a profile of what a traditional roundtable is and the stakeholders that are there. Dr. Johnson,
Doctor?
he's on the Zoom with
All
us.
right.
Good morning, sir.
Well, thank you, Ms. Boone, and to the Commissioner's Court. I'll speak briefly about what we're doing here in Tarrant County, as Ms. Boone mentioned. I am the Director for Crime Prevention and Reentry Services for Tarrant County's Reentry First Stop Center by way of Cornerstone Assistance Network. And what we are responsible for is, one, reducing the recidivism here in Tarrant County, and to make sure that we are aware of all available resources in Tarrant County to make them readily available for individuals to assist them in their transition, not just for the individuals who are transitioning, but for the families and as well as organizations that depend on us. We are what is considered a community resource management center. So we are responsible for managing all the resources in Tarrant County that assist individuals who are reentering our county. And so we have an employer consortium that we develop. We have a housing consortium where we work with landlords. And we target the big three: transportation, housing, and employment, as well as critical documents, which is a major barrier to reentry success. So, and along with that, we have we've developed over the years the Tarrant County Reentry Coalition, which is comprised of a representative from the Commissioner's Court, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, Tarrant County MHMR, and some other key holders in probation and parole, as well as some other key stakeholders here in Tarrant County. And that's important because we meet with about 80 to 90 different organizations monthly, and we bring in different speakers, whether it's our local elected officials, our state representative, to discuss the new laws that's coming down the pipe, the laws that's in place to make sure that the organizations that serve the reentry community are aware of what laws are in place and how to properly present that information to their sphere of influence, to the individuals that they work with that come through their doors. My office, we see about 4,000 individuals annually. Now, we don't have case management in my office. What we do, we have navigators that prepare navigational plans to connect the individuals to their next phase, or if they want to go to college, or a short-term training, or just employment, or, as I said earlier, critical documents. We have a dashboard that tracks numbers for us in Tarrant County. And so the county tracks our numbers. We send our numbers to the county quarterly, and they have created a dashboard. And that dashboard, they put those numbers in, and they're able to show if the individuals who have come through our doors have been rearrested. So currently we're at a 24% recidivism rate compared to the county's overall 57% recidivism rate. And those are numbers that are tracked by the county. But those numbers also help us understand where the majority of the rearrests are happening. For example, and I know it may sound confusing, but although we have a 24% recidivism rate, 60% of that 24% are individuals who have violated parole. So that's important for us to know, because now we can identify those violations, because we understand that about 64 to 67% of individuals in Texas prisons are in prison at any given time on technical violations. So we're able to identify, okay, if 60% of those individuals who are being rearrested are going back to prison on on violations, we need to know are those violations technical, or what type of violations they are. And that's what helps us work with our city leadership, work with our commissioners, also work with our state representatives who are working to pass clean slate initiatives or other initiatives that they may be working on. We're able to gather that data. So I'm here to present this to the Commissioner's Court to support Ms. Boone in her efforts of possibly establishing either a reentry coalition in Waco or McLennan County, or actually duplicating a reentry first stop in your county?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And I've come as an advocate because I have been Justice Impact. I served 8 months at Bryan Federal Camp in 2015. And when I returned, there was not, I didn't qualify for the reentry integration program they had here at McLennan County Jail because I was not housed there. And that program there is just for the individuals that are housed at McLennan County and have at most a state jail felony charge. So if you served a federal prison like I did at Bryan Federal Prison Camp, you don't qualify for any type of services there. Plus, if you're not an MHMR client, you don't qualify. So as an advocate, I'm just asking, I'm not asking for funding from the county to set up the program. I'm asking the county to partner with the appropriate stakeholders, such as the cities of Belmead, Beverly Hills, Lacey Lakeview, Robinson, bring them to the table, workforce development. When I talk to them, if some of you have been commissioners long enough to remember that they used to have a RIO program for incarcerated individuals when they came back. They no longer have that program. They just work with the general populations. But you have individuals, when they go to prison, they come back. They weren't fortunate like I was. I had 2 degrees, and I still could not get a job because I was a high-profile returning incarcerated individual. But I was fortunate. I had a husband, I had income, I had retirement, Social Security, but everyone is not like that, especially if they're not a high school graduate or didn't have a degree. You have young people going and you have older people coming out. So they need help to have a sustainable opportunity to come back into the community and start over again. Everyone deserves a second chance, I believe. So what I'm asking the county to do is to partner with the type of stakeholders that you did with integration parties, and that's the local municipalities, the chambers of commerce, and your staffing and their staffing, provide the space like a one-stop, kind of model it after the one-stop veteran center that we have over at on LaSalle, and provide resources for the returning citizens.
Have you talked to any of those other communities that you just mentioned?
We invited them to when we were having the community meetings, Judge Felton, and none of them came. But I figured if you all invited them to the table like they did when they had the integration meeting, community meetings, maybe that would help. Because we're just asking as an advocate to provide space and location and staffing. You all could do that and create that, a round table.
All right, are there other questions anyone would have?
No, but that's an interesting concept. You found a niche.
Yes,
You
sir.
definitely have found a niche.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Boone came to my office and we had a really good meeting, and this is something I'm very interested in trying to help you with.
Yes, sir. Our county needs it, and it's so many people that are being released. Now, the numbers that I gave you in July 24, those are measly numbers. More people are returning, and it's not just the county responsibility, Judge Felton. I realize that. That's the reason I said the other municipalities, because when they come to Waco, they don't just come to the city of Waco. They go to Lacey Lakeview, Robinson, Beverly Hills, all the surrounding communities. So it's our responsibility to try to make a sustainable effort to help these people that come back to our community. Because if not, they're going to crime, they're going to have recidivism. The rate is not going to go down because they're going to try to take care of their families by any means necessary.
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate that explanation. Any questions? Anybody have any other questions from anyone? Well, we really appreciate you coming in today. It's an important subject, and we're listening to all these presentations, and then we'll be meeting, and we may have questions. We'll reach out to you, and then otherwise we will get to the end of this process.
Well, I hope you all will come back with a decision to sponsor such a roundtable because our community desperately needs it. They have it in other communities such as Austin, Fort Worth, and Dallas. And McLennan County is a growing community, and everybody want to say Waco prospers. McLennan County does too, and we need a service like this.
And
Thank
you're
you,
just
sir.
asking for participation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Sir. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, and then without further ado, we now have the Texas Brazos Trail presentation.
Hello, we brought a team with us today, and
Good morning.
we hope it's okay. We just, for our social media, if it's okay by the court to take just a quick picture for when we do presentations, we like to share, and with our stakeholders like yourself and our state stakeholders, reporting, we like to show them where we are, and we're here in McLennan County today. We're proud to be, so. No. So,
May proceed.
yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having us this morning. I'm Pamela Anderson, Executive Director of the Texas Brazos Trail Region. I'm joined here today by a few members of our leadership team, Sharon Whitaker, Rebecca Adelight, thank you, and Mike Rhodes and Hayden Rhodes. So before we begin, we want to extend our heartfelt condolences to families and communities affected by recent devastating and tragic storms across Kerr, Llano, Williamson, McLennan County, and throughout Texas Brazos Trail region, the state of Texas and beyond. Our thoughts and prayers are with those all who are impacted, and we have, on our social media, have shared some community resources and contacts for families affected. And so we also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to McLennan County Commissioners Court for the continued support. Because of your investment, we've been able to strengthen heritage tourism initiatives that drive economic growth and community pride throughout the region, and especially here in McLennan County is our focus today. So next slide here for me. All right, so today we'll give a brief refresher on the Texas Brazos Trail region, highlight how we're driving economic development through our heritage tourism in McLennan County and throughout the region, and share about our partnership program and community perks, tools and resource collaborations, enhanced data access, and future goals, including our funding request. So this is just, this slide is really a Heritage Tourism Program refresher. The Heritage Tourism Program originated at the World's Fair, otherwise known as Hemisphere 68, through the efforts of Texas Department of Transportation, Texas Historical Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and the Texas State Library and Archives collaborative efforts. And in the late 90s, it evolved into a structured statewide program forming 10 grassroots-led nonprofits, each representing a heritage trail region, and staffed by one in each of those regions as I represent the executive director for the Brazos Trail region. The Brazos Trail region covers the heart of Central Texas and is partially funded by the state legislature through the Texas Historical Commission. And additionally, we're supported through county investments, community partnerships, and regional initiatives that promote heritage tourism, preservation, and economic growth. All right, so here's a map of our region, 18 counties in total, with McLennan County at the north central part of our region. McLennan County plays a key leadership role in our success, and it remains a hub for many of our strongest heritage partnerships and initiatives. So our partner program directly connects local communities with statewide resources that elevate heritage tourism. We work very closely in alignment with the Texas Historical Commission divisions and their mission and vision, the Texas Historical Foundation, the Texas State Historical Association, and the Texas State Library and Archives. So even from the 60s, we are still continuing to strengthen the relationship and collaboration with those entities. And then also, we have connections and affiliates leaders with the Texas Travel Alliance, the main lobby organization for tourism in Texas, but also program and education for tourism professionals, the Texas Downtown Association, the Texas Association of Museums, and the Texas Association of Convention and Visitor Bureaus. All have, and I'll speak of the Texas Downtown Association will be having their event here in November, and we just were part of hosting and welcoming the Texas Travel Alliance through the Texas Travel Expo and educating the travel information centers. So these networks gives McLennan County and many of our partners access to grants, professional development, marketing opportunities, and heritage program guidance and capacity building abilities. All right. So through our Boots to the Ground program, which we have initiated, we activate communities with programs such as Authentic Texas, and we have some in your packet today and display here, featuring local stories to draw on the traveler to heritage sites across the Brazos Trail region and beyond. One of our new programs is a Heritage Downtown program focused on revitalization, preservation, and destination-based tourism, implementing partner engagement events and heritage tours in downtowns across the region. And our Texas Time Travel website is our statewide platform, and social media channels help us to promote and allow us to target market our region's attractions, heritage attractions, in effective, creative, and fun ways for the traveler. Another new program is our Heritage Youth Volunteer Program, engaging students with service hours and career exploration through our partner engagement events and other volunteer opportunities. One of our youth volunteers is here with us today, Hayden Rhodes, and we're currently working with him on writing articles on the history in some heritage information to be in our platform, Authentic Texas, in the very near future. And we're excited about that, but we're also working with the ISDs to further enhance our youth in heritage initiatives. So these initiatives does foster the local pride for our citizens, engage our youth, and drive new visitation. So, all right. So in addition, we host board meetings that bring together statewide and regional leaders, creating space for dialogue and collaboration. Our upcoming one will be here in Waco in August, so we're excited about that. We support partner participation at our top-tier trade shows, and some of those are included in your packet information on the shows that we promote Waco, McLennan County, and all the communities within McLennan County. So another new initiative, we collaborate with partner organizations to host partner engagement events in communities, which includes a tour of a heritage site and some education to go along with that about the history of that location and that area. Partner funds provide us the ability to provide and offer small grants for heritage-related projects, stretching every dollar into visible impact. And one of the presentations earlier, Creative Waco, they are one of the recipients of our small grant program. So slide 9 here. Okay, for our Authentic Texas features, we've shared art, cultural events, sport history stories from McLennan County in the past, and recently published regional highlights such as the legacy of Bill Pickett, the Mahia oil boom, courthouses, prehistoric discoveries, and showcase such sites as the Mayborn Museum, Waco Mammoth National Monument, the Galt site, and many, many more across the region. Copies of the most recent Authentic Texas print issues, it's a quarterly publication, so there should be 4 in your packet, are included and are available by subscription in both print and digital formats, and also are sold in and out of Texas throughout the state and national distributors, H-E-B, Barnes & Noble, Central Markets, and those type of distributors. All right. So our economic impact and data through our Data Matters program, and there is a flyer in your packet we have provided you on that program. We track heritage tourism impact using data from Dean Runyon and Associates and Datify, providing insights at no cost for our partners. Key 2024 heritage tourism economic impact metrics specifically from our region include $3.9 billion in direct heritage travel spending, 32.7 thousand heritage tourism-related jobs, $380.5 million in local and state taxes generated from heritage travel, and these are metrics from our region for our 18 counties alone. So we access tailored metrics like visitor day trips. This is in addition to those metrics, trip length, destination-specific performance, and these are available to our top-tier partners like communities within McLennan County. So, next slide. All right, so McLennan County, our Boots to the Ground program. Our boots are dusty, and maybe they get a little muddy because we are out here on the road, face to face, handshake to handshake with partners, communities, activating their roles across the Brazos Trail region in heritage tourism, enticing the traveler to experience heritage throughout. We are not just selling the steak, but the sizzle about the history of our communities. We are proud of our work in McLennan County this year and want to highlight a few of those. Our focus has been to strengthen heritage partnerships in Waco with the Convention and Visitor Bureau, Historic Waco, the Chamber of Commerce's, EDC, Main Street Museum Association of Waco, Creative Waco, and many others. We have attended statewide events and conferences such as the Winter Texan Expos, Metroplex travel shows, Governor Summits, Texas Travel Counselors Conference, and the Texas Travel Alliance Expo, and many more of those, and several of those have been right here in McLennan County in Waco. So we're excited about the traffic that's being drawn in here through those events, and increasing visibility of local sites with our outreach in Lorena, McGregor, Riesel, and West as well. And we will continue to do so in our future fiscal years. And our goals in fiscal year 26, to name a few, is to continue to identify McLennan County's historic tourism priorities, support Main Street and downtown revitalization efforts, engage new partners like foundations, event centers, ISDs, the community groups such as Creative Waco, and many, many more. And we're growing programs, building visibility, and offering real value, but we need continued support to keep this momentum going. So here we go. And as a valued partner, we invite McLennan County to renew your support at the $15,000 Heritage Visionary level, a tier you've generously committed to in past years. This investment helps boost economic development, drive statewide visibility, and cultural preservation right here in McLennan County. Together we can continue telling the stories that matter and ensure that our communities thrive through heritage tourism. We're always thrilled to have our boots to the ground in McLennan County. And this afternoon we'll be visiting the Paul Quinn College, his historic site here for one of our upcoming annual retreats. So we're really excited about that, and also visiting with some representatives from the Texas Ranger Museum and Hall of Fame. So once again, we thank you for your time and support, being a proud partner of the Texas Brazos Trail region. We're happy to answer any questions that you have from us.
Thank you, very good.
All right, any questions?
18 counties?
18 counties, yes.
Okay, how many of them financially support you?
Well, McLennan County is the model. So we are, I've been executive director for November, will be 2 years. And prior to my coming on, McLennan County was the county supporting.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have a lot of engagement here in McLennan County with tourism, and but that has kind of set the model for us. For other counties. So we have been in Bell County and Williamson County and Robertson County and Brazos County, and those are ones that we're focusing on our efforts in fiscal year 25 and in fiscal year 26. So I thank you for being the model for us for just kind of that engagement with you all, an understanding of who we are, what we do, and how we can work together and collaborate to help our heritage, our history to be preserved for generations to come.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Anybody have?
I'm just going to comment here. There's a lot going on. I will actually enjoy looking at this.
Now, do they still have the Texas Highway magazine?
What's that?
Do they still have a Texas
Yes,
Highway?
yes,
Bank?
they do. Yeah, it's digital now.
Department.
But I wanted to
All
point out
digital?
too that we also have 2 board members that are local here in Waco, and myself as a Heritage Ambassador local to McLennan County. So you've got some key positions here in McLennan County.
How many trail regions are there in
Yes.
Texas? total?
Yes, there's 10 total.
10 total.
10 total.
And they used to put out a map or maps for each trail region.
Yes, they did.
They don't-
And they do not, it's now up to each of the regions to come up with their own marketing collateral. We do work with them, so they do help us digitally, but in terms of the print materials.
printed map no
They're-
longer exists.
Correct.
I had 'em as a-
Except for
years.
one resource that is so amazing, it's a heritage travel guide. So it is all conduced into one kind of book guide, and I can leave that with the county. I've got some.
Who puts that out?
That's the Texas Historical Commission's
Texas
one.
Historical
Yeah.
does?
So it's all inclusive of all the 10 trail regions. So we use that as a marketing piece as well. But like you say, there were those individual ones, and sometimes if I'm in some communities across the state, I'll find some of the ones that are still out there.
Amazing.
But we do our best to try to have other collateral and rack cards and all design so that we can continue getting that into the face of the public and the traveler. So.
All right. Well, we appreciate y'all coming very much, and we will, if you have any questions, we'll reach out to you. We know how to get a hold of you, and y'all have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you
You
for
as
your-
well, and
Thanks
I
for
know
the
we're standing
presentation.
between, you and this and lunch, so I wish y'all a great day and look forward to hearing back from you.
And I
Thank
want to thank Adrian Lopez and Caitlin Skinner for coming. They are
Bet.
with travel and tourism and conventions for the city of Waco, and so they
City of Waco, okay.
support.
Great.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Kind of neat.
Thank y'all so
Thank y'all.
Yes, thank you. Did we get a picture? Did we get a picture?
Judge?
Did we get a picture? What? Did we get
Yes,
a,
sir.
get a picture of us?
I guess it's time to
Well,
recess for lunch.
Yeah, I think they want to do a picture, Commissioner.
Is that okay? If
Sure,
we could do
sure.
a picture?
Oh, that's
Would
no
would
problem.
y'all be willing to be, if we could even be over there and have Judge Felton?
If you're counting on this being a benefit, it may not be a benefit, to have us in a picture with them guys.
Don't get asked often.
Yeah, come in behind the bench, and y'all line up behind the commissioner.
Line up here?
Yeah, we can set
Yes.
that right in front of you.
You want to bring the sign here? Somebody, just bring the sign without the tripod, yeah.
Just set it
Yeah.
Here or over here, which would be
Put it where
easier?
Judge is.
Put it in my chair. That'll be the best I've ever looked.
Y'all come on in.
Anybody want?
All right.
So we can slide down.
Here, come on.
Here we go.
All right. I'm not used to this sign.
Everybody get in.
Okay, are we ready? Judge Felton is seen as well. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. I'll take one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and I have one more phone. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I hope those are okay.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all. All right, so Francis, anything before we go to lunch?
No, sir.
Better not. You better say no, sir.
All right, if nothing else, well, we will recess until, what time do y'all want to come back?
I think we're 1:30 is what it is.
All right. We'll recess to 1:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
So, judges?
Yes.
Yeah, put it right there underneath his gavel.
interrupt y'all's conversation.
That's all right. We were talking about you. Go ahead.
We were gonna start without you at 1:30, so that.
Oh, okay. Well, you missed that boat.
You can't
really
really share it like a normal
Start recording.
Is that right? And then, okay, I was just.
We're recording.
Not yet, Judge. I think you're soon.
I think there's a power.
Let's go.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into session. It's 1:30. So, all right, Francis, what's next?
So we'll continue our presentations from outside entities. So a little bit shorter list this afternoon than this morning. But in our 1:30 time slot, we have the Waco Sports Commission, Crime Stoppers, and the Advocacy Center. And then we have a few more to follow after that. So we can go ahead and start with Waco Sports Commission.
All right, good morning, Mr. Vogelar.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That was a test.
Judge is on mark time, so it's a little.
That's behind.
Well, happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present on the Greater Waco Sports Commission, the work that we've done, and what we look to kind of do here in the future. We've got a great title slide right here. Just as a review, we exist to empower the heart of Central Texas through sports, so primarily serving McClellan County. We do this by developing healthy youth communities and families, as well as supporting impactful events. And then thirdly, advocating for first-class facilities, because you've got to have facilities to be able to have impactful events. So if you go to the next slide.
I apologize.
You're great. Here's a list of our board members that we have. I'm not going to go through this entire list, but you can look through this to be able to recognize some names. A lot of great community leaders here in very influential roles. Next slide. Here's the second part of that list with Commissioner Wilson listed out there as a representative for the county. Next slide. As a recap, again, we were founded in 2015, 501c3. This is my 4th year of leadership here. We've got 2 different community committees, marketing community outreach, as well as the facilities development committee that I'll kind of touch on here in a minute. Starting in August, we will have 4 full-time staff members with 2 grad assistants as part of our program. When I first sat down with you guys in 2021, it was me and 1 other person, and so I told you with 1 person or 2 people, you really don't have a whole bunch, but if we can add to our capacity, then we can add to our impact that we have in the community. So here's a brief hierarchy. Next slide. So as far as a recap, developing healthy communities, youth, and family. Next slide. As you guys know, obviously, we want to be able to activate the community. Roughly 40% of McClellan County residents are obese, and so there's an opportunity there to be able to help this community be able to get healthier. As far as chronic disease, heart disease, premature death.
Statement there, man.
It is. And if you look at just the general public in itself, 40% is obese, but closer to 75% is either obese or overweight. And so how can we just help this community just start to move? That health equity gap, right? Lower incomes, minority populations, we want to be able to help lower those barriers, right, to physical activity as well for them. So there's not as much of a disparity. Next slide.
We're going to switch real quick to PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Love that. Perfect timing. Okay. And then as far as exercise, you guys obviously understand the value and importance of that. That helps reduce those risks. And then lastly, community programs that work, that's where avoid, we want to be able to, or not necessarily avoid, there's a lot of programs out there currently, but we want to be able to help enhance those and add to that. So next slide. I'm going to just kind of recap a few different events that we've put on ourselves. And so this was Light Up the Dark. This was a 5K race that we partnered with Unbound Now, if you're familiar with their services that they provide for this area for those that are affected by human trafficking. We had close to 2,000 people come out to the Cameron Park Zoo in April and either volunteer or participate in this event. And so just really proud of that. That was a record year for Unbound Now. They hired us, essentially partnered with us for us to be able to handle all those logistics. So to be able to help activate those people, most of those people, probably about 80%, had not done an event like this before. It was their first time. So that's the whole idea, is how can we make it a much less intimidating for people to be able to start their first goal of doing a race or a competition. Next slide. There's going to be a lot of photos here, so we're just going to fly through these. So again, just kind of showing you what that event looked like. Again, great community turnout. As far as participants, the 5K, the 1K, different spectators, roughly 61% female to 39% male. If you see that tiny little heat map, that just shows you that this event was a local event. It was servicing this community in this county. Next slide. Next slide. You can see those roads were absolutely packed. Nice drone footage. The next event that we put on for this community to be able to help activate this community is the Corporate Cup. And so I alluded to this a little bit ago in the last presentation that I had, but we successfully hosted our inaugural Corporate Cup event. This was on June 7th. You can slide through some, or the next slide would be great. This is a video. It's got some great pump-up music, but I'm going to just kind of talk over this. This was June 7th at MCC. We had 38 companies sign up and participate with us for our first year. We had close to 2,000 people come out to MCC to be able to participate in these events. We had everything from the tailgate challenges to be able to have that corporate pride for your company, to the inaugural 1K walk, where folks got to walk around the facility. And then we had our different field day games like cornhole, football throw. We have a 4x100, golf chipping, something for everybody. So it didn't have to be a physically demanding event like tug of war, but that was certainly spectator friendly. And a lot of people loved getting to watch, the fire department or the hospital or Raising Cane's even compete. So again, just to be able to see the entire team out there for all these companies, it was really an honor to be able to be a part of that. And this is an event that we expect to grow and scale. The main feedback that we got from this event was, wow, this did not feel like a first year event. And so that's what we've been striving for, because we've been planning since 2023 how to put this event on.
Where was that event held?
MCC, the baseball and the softball fields, the Bosque River Ballpark. So
The best event was the football throw, because that was my event. It was fun. It was fun.
Bag throw.
No, it was football throw.
So we would love to be able to see the county. I know that you guys have a lot of different offices, departments, and so we'd love to be able to have you guys there. You can see some great representatives from the Chamber of Commerce dressed up in their mullets, which was business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah.
And
You could
then
put
we
a punting.
SpaceX won overall, but we had the 3 different divisions for large, medium, and small classes. And so again, it was really rewarding to be able to see all these people come out, and then there's a recognition of the different businesses that we got to partner with. So you can fly through all these different pictures that are coming up. These are great still shots, but again, just to give you an idea of what we are trying to do for this community as far as activating and building healthy communities, youth, and families.
Dodgeball was cool.
It was great.
Yeah.
Yep, got that spinning wheel. Any questions on the Corporate Cup while it's loading?
When's the date?
I was just wondering how, okay, we've seen them enough.
Yeah, right? That was June 7th, so we'll have it at the same time next year, June 6th. And we had 38 this year, but we will max out at 50 next year. We want to be able to make sure that we have quality control and a good experience for everybody. The last component that I'll talk about for community impact is our Team Waco program. You guys have heard me talk about this before. This is our 4th year of doing this, and these 5 incredible people that represent this county are truly inspiring. A great diverse background, and people that we can all learn from and be inspired from as far as taking that first step. I'm not going to go into all their different testimonies. If you would like to, we've got a podcast, and so you can listen to that to hear each one of their stories, but truly incredible. Next slide. Supporting impactful events, that's our second pillar. Next slide. This is how can we create that economic impact. So in 2024 to 2025, roughly about now, here's different events that we have supported in one way or another, whether it's through promotions, recruiting volunteers, coordinating facilities, finding grant funding, enhancing it through actual participation ourselves. We want to be able to help grow the sports world here in the greater Waco area. Next slide. Here's a piece of the Brazos. This is an event that we put on. It's coming up here at the beginning of September. It'll be our 6th year of hosting this event. We expect over 300 people to come out to be able to swim in the Brazos. And so again, it has continued to grow year over year. Next slide. Next slide. This helps create promotions and awareness for Ironman. People can come in a month beforehand and be able to train and compete in that same river so that they know what they need to do to improve in those last couple of weeks leading up to the race. Here's March Mayhem. This was taking place at the base. And so again, we also had the Centex Challenge, which was the volleyball tournament in December. The volleyball tournament brought in roughly around 160 volleyball teams in December. And so we're expecting for this upcoming December, it'll be held at the base as well as the convention center. They're targeting close to 200 teams. And so 200 volleyball teams in December, that's a time period that the hoteliers are certainly looking for that traffic because things die down a little bit during that Christmas time. Next slide. Iron Kids, again, another great event, not only for locals, but also for folks that are coming in. We'll be hosting that again as well, leading up to Ironman. Next slide. Next slide. Ironman itself. Next slide. Again, this year, that was great. We had, I think, again, it was about 2,200 athletes checked in to participate. You typically have about 10% no-show. Next slide. This year, right now, we are on track to sell out here very, very shortly. I think we've got 15 relay entry spots remaining, which will go pretty quickly. And then as far as the main field, I feel like we're on tier 5, which there's different tiers as far as like how you're selling out and the price increases. So again, great momentum on this event. And so that's what we want to see. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, as far as other different events, what does the future look like? We just kind of fresh off the press, Major League Fishing. We've got a bass tournament stop coming up, and that's going to be highlighting Lake Waco and Lake Whitney, and that's going to be the beginning of March. So March 4th through the 8th, I want to say, essentially that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The hope is also to be able to build a fishing expo alongside of it to be able to help bring in that travel and tourism and also commerce for that event. USA Triathlon, we've been in conversations with them about multi-sport national championship. And so again, we're continuing to try and help build that reputation that we have here for triathlons. Texas High School Girls Powerlifting. That is an event that took place in Waco back in 2015, and we've recruited it to come back to the base or to the Extraco Event Center starting in 2027. And so that brings in a large number. I want to say it's close to 1,600 participants. And so we're excited about bringing that in. And then again, some other different events that we're very heavily recruiting and feel likely that we'll be able to pull in to the greater Waco area. Next slide. Economic impact, as far as the reports that we've submitted since the beginning of this fiscal year for the county, starting in October. So far, we've helped contribute close to $14 million in economic impact through quarters 4 through 2. And so again, that's what we're here for. We want to be able to drive those hotel rooms and that economic impact for this community, as well as, of course, developing those healthy communities and youth and families. Next slide. Lastly, those advocating for first-class facilities. And so to be able to have these bigger events, we need to have facilities. And so that is our constant challenge, is finding facilities large enough that can host these bigger events. Next slide. So our facilities committee has created a aquatic learning center committee. And so we have hosted community feedback meetings. There's a snapshot of when we hosted it at Midway. We had close to 50 people in attendance to be able to learn more about what we're doing. We have officially entered into an agreement and started a $40,000 feasibility study with Councilman Hunsker on what would an aquatic learning center look like here. This is all based off of the feedback that the county got off of the community survey that you guys conducted back in January of 2024. People wanted more trails and walkways, but then swimming was another big component. So how can we strategically partner with local organizations and entities here, public and private, to be able to potentially make something like this happen that would deliver economic impact with travel and tourism, but then also service the residents of this community and help enhance their quality of life, including things like drowning prevention, training for fire department with water rescue, as well as competitive swim, physical rehab, water aerobics, et cetera. Next slide. And so as far as big numbers, just to kind of recap, a little over 14 million in economic impact so far. We've created those 3 different events, the 5-team Waco Scholarship Athletes. We partnered with 38 businesses in our first corporate cup. We've partnered with over 75 local businesses in general, just looking for their support in what we do. And then we're undergoing that $40,000 feasibility study. And so last year, the county supported the Sports Commission with $120,000. We are looking for an increase of $125,000 plus. As you guys are probably familiar with, the city of Waco.
Looking for an increase of 125?
Not an increase. Well, yeah, I would love an increase of 125,000.
I was looking at that, and then what I heard didn't match with what I
Yeah,
was
no,
looking
thank
at,
you
so.
for the clarification. An increase of $5,000 over last year. Part of that reason is just everything is getting more expensive. For us to be able to put on events, even running cones is extremely costly. Cost of police, to be able to help with the events is increasing at least $10, a year per, for each officer per hour, needing multiple officers to be able to close down the roads for these type of triathlon events. It becomes very, very costly. And then on top of that, the city of Waco has communicated their intentions of reducing their funding for the Sports Commission as well as all their departments. So we're not unique in that.
Last year as well.
So what?
Did they? I thought they weren't participating anymore. They're still.
Nothing has been official. I submitted our application. If I was to guess, I believe that they have funded us $100,000. I believe that they're going. I would anticipate that they would fund us $80,000 next year. And then that will probably look like $60,000 the following year, $40,000, $20,000. That's not final, but that's just kind of the expectation that has been communicated. So, and that is the end of my presentation. So happy to answer any questions, comments.
Mike, I know the Hotel Association, the Restaurant Association, where else, do you get any corporate funding? I guess event specific probably, right?
Yeah, so the Restaurant Association, nothing from them.
Nothing ever?
No. Have not really heard from them. My interactions in the very beginning of 2021 was that they were barely kind of existing.
Okay.
And then from there, it just doesn't seem like there's been a lot of organization on that side. But I'm speaking out of ignorance. So I just haven't heard nor seen anybody talk about it. However, the Waco TPID, the Travel Public Improvement District, has been extremely supportive and helpful to the Sports Commission because obviously that's the hotels here in downtown Waco.
That's what the hotels
And so they have those funds that they've helped support the events with incentives. And to be frank and honest, they've been the biggest critical player in recruiting all of the different events.
Right.
Frankly, more so than even the city.
Y'all have entry fees for some of these events?
Yeah, we certainly have entry fees. Typically, entry fees cover the cost of producing the event.
Cost of the event.
And any type of fundraising part comes from the sponsorship side. But the sponsorship side, that is difficult, especially in times like these. And then on top of it, you're going to the same businesses over and over and over and over. And so there's fatigue on their part. Although they want to support everything, I think we all understand where they're coming from. So that's why we were looking for creative ways like the Corporate Cup to be able to help diversify our funding and to be able to to create a scalable fundraising mechanism.
So the corporate cup did give you a money stream of some sort?
Yes, so the corporate cup, that is essentially our strategy to, one, connect with the businesses in this community, which could then lead to the marketing and exposure of getting volunteers for different events and just establishing those relationships. And then thirdly, it helps generate revenue through those sponsorships and the registration. The great thing about the corporate cup is it is a HR solution. It is not a marketing and advertising solution. And so they are looking for opportunities to be able to help partner and then build that corporate pride from within where, you know, the employees get to see their exposure around.
I'm gonna step in here for Judge right quick. I know he's on there, but we've still got 2 more to go.
Okay.
Yep.
And we've only got 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Any other questions?
Be that way.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
All
you.
right, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Commissioner Perry.
Yes, sir.
All right, who's next?
I believe we have the Crime Stoppers.
Yes, Crime Stoppers.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Anita Harris. I'm chairman of the board for Waco Crime Stoppers. For the last 40 years, Waco Crime Stoppers has served McLennan County with the ability to give the citizens a way to share the information they have that would help solve a crime with the condition to stay anonymous. And if that information leads to an arrest, then they are eligible to have a reward for their tip. For a number of years, McLennan County has helped us with a $10,000 grant to help take care of the cost of this program. Last year, we came to y'all and asked for an extra $5,000 to help for our state conference that we were hosting here in Waco in October of 2024. The conference was a huge success with your help. It was the best attended conference for state Crime Stoppers in the last 10 years. When we got our evaluations back, we ended up with a 4.6 overall out of a possible 5. It doesn't get better than that. So we're very, very happy about that. Governor Abbott was able to come and address our attendees, which a lot of the attendees throughout the state might not have ever had the chance to listen to Governor Abbott. So it was a great conference. Sophie Martinez, Officer Martinez, was in charge of our speakers. She had a lot of different speakers. They were all local. It was our local expertise here to Waco, and our speakers were just phenomenal. The other highlights of our year last year is, for the first time, Waco Crime Stoppers received 2 awards from Crime Stoppers USA, which is a national Crime Stopper association from one side of the country to the other, and this is the first time Waco Crime Stoppers has received not 1, but we got 2 last year. And through Sophie's hard work and dedication and increased our social media presence, it has really increased our tips and the amount of arrest and recovery within McLennan County. One other highlight I would like to say is last year at our state conference, finally, Officer Martinez was recognized as our coordinator of the year for the state.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
And on top of that, a very hard-serving, longtime board member, Dina Dietrich, was recognized as the board member of the year for the state. So, you know, Waco Crime Stoppers is, you know, we're serving, we're proving that we're serving, our tips are mid-year, and so we're just humbly asking for the same $10,000 y'all gave us year before last, to go back down to that normal amount.
I really don't see how y'all are getting along without Steve Dietrich. I really don't.
I hate to admit it, but I did learn something from him.
I know you did.
I was
And I
never
learned
like-
something from you, so.
Not to stay too long, right?
19 months.
Now.
If I may, I just want to give you an idea. So from January to June of this year, the stats, we had 19 arrested due to Crime Stopper tips. 52 cases were cleared, and that's everything from assault to fugitives, parole violators, probation violators, people calling in tips on illegals that were involved in criminal activities such as gangs. And so these tips go all the way from our local departments all the way to the federal agencies as well. We paid $12,550 in rewards. and 7 guns were recovered due to these tips. $80,000 in stolen property recovered and $220 in narcotics seized. So, you know, we're doing really well. I'm very proud that I'm going to be submitting these numbers to the state. Every 6 months, I have to submit what Crime Stoppers has done, and I'm very proud to submit these numbers. I think I do post a lot on our Crime Stoppers Facebook page, and people respond to it, and they send information. But not only do they send information on criminal activity, they send information on concerns, which ultimately does not pay a reward, but I can call agencies, like the other day I called our agency to send officers for a welfare check and all, and so if something comes out of it, or if we can prevent something, that's great. So it's not only just about putting the bad guys away, but it's also about helping community when people submit concerns. And I want to thank you also for all the support that you have given us throughout the years. And like I said, our conference was one of the best we've had in years, and it's been since Governor Ann Richards, and we've had the governor attend a state conference.
That's awesome.
So,
Good job.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks, sir.
guys.
Thank you.
So next we'll move to Ally Asherle with Advocacy Center.
I do have a PowerPoint. Does that work?
Yes, you want us to show it for you?
Yeah.
Do you want to, just in case I need to?
Do you need anything from me?
No, you should be good. We'll share the screen for you.
Perfect. Sorry, can you help me find which file? Yeah, it just says ACCVC Commissioners Court. Is it not coming up?
There's just a lot.
Oh, there is? I thought there was only
I
like
see one.
3.
It's down here.
You find it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
When I saved it, it must, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ally Asherle, and I'm the Executive Director at the Advocacy Center for Crime Victims and Children. And I first want to thank you for your support of our agency throughout the years, for giving me the opportunity to tell you about what we've been doing, the exciting and important work we've been doing since I spoke to you last summer. So you can go to the next slides. So our vision at the Advocacy Center is to create true and lasting change to end violence and abuse. And we do that through our mission, you can go to the next slide, of affecting community-level change through equitable advocacy, collaboration, prevention, and therapeutic services to all children and adults impacted by violence and abuse. You can go to the next one. We're about to celebrate our 50th anniversary at the Advocacy Center. In 2026, the Advocacy Center will have been serving at least Waco and McLennan County for 50 years. We serve all victims of violent crime, child abuse, and their families. We serve 6 Central Texas counties, of course McLennan County, as well as Bosque Falls, Freestone, Hill, and Limestone counties. Something you're going to hear me say a couple of times is that our services are completely unique. There is no one else in our county or any of the others we serve that offer these services to people who have been victims of violent crime and to child abuse. And I think even maybe more importantly, all of our clients pay no money for the services they received, whether it's a year of counseling services, whether it is medical exams, there is no cost to our clients. And people all across our counties experience violence. And it's our job to provide the services they need to help them heal and move forward and get the resources they need after a traumatic event has happened to them. We want them to gain the stability they need and the safety that they need to improve their overall quality of lives, the quality of life. And we're also working to prevent that from happening. Today, we are requesting $20,000 from McLennan County. When we originally submitted our request for additional funds, last year we were given $15,000, which we're very grateful for. We requested them to help pay for a new case management system. However, since providing that information, we've learned of budget and grant cuts that are requiring us to request additional funds from McLennan County and elsewhere to help cover the cost of providing these services instead of updating our case management software. So we have 3 unique programs that enable us to offer the wide services that we do: the Children's Advocacy Center, the Victim Center, and our Prevention and Education Department. You can go to the next one. Thank you. The Children's Advocacy Center serves anyone under the age, children 17 and under, who have experienced abuse, there's an allegation of abuse, or they've witnessed a violent crime. We serve them as well as their families through forensic interviewing, case management, child sexual abuse exams, that plays a critical role in the investigation process with law enforcement, DFPS, and eventually the district attorney's office for prosecution. Our Victim Center, you can go to the next slide, provides case management and counseling for ages 3 and up. We have a 24/7 crisis hotline for survivors of sexual assault and other violent crimes, and we provide sexual assault forensic exams for survivors of sexual assault at both local hospitals here in Waco. Our prevention team, you can go to the next slide, is working to prevent all of these crimes from happening in the first place by providing programming in local schools, community organizations, and just communities in general through a wide variety of opportunities. Right now, this summer, we offer a paid internship, 2 paid internships for students at the Cove. Y'all, I imagine, are familiar with the Cove. So not only is that providing students with an opportunity to make some money, students who are already low income, but it is also investing them in this violence prevention work. They are teaching their peers about these topics. Our prevention team also has a podcast. They have developed conversation cards for people to be able to take the work of preventing violence into their own homes, into their own spaces. I said that prevention education is working to prevent these crimes from happening, and I want to underscore that the Advocacy Center plays a critical role in public safety in McLennan County. Not only do we have this programming that works to prevent violence from happening, but we also work directly with local law enforcement to provide necessary pieces of an investigation, like the forensic interview that a child receives when they've experienced abuse, or the sexual assault forensic exams. If someone has been sexually assaulted, we provide more commonly known as a rape kit for them to be able to investigate those crimes as well. We also work directly with the district attorney's office. We provide testimony and expert witness for their cases, when those cases go to trial. The district attorney's office has said to us and to others that they wouldn't get the results that they do without the work of the Advocacy Center. And by results, I mean making sure that people who harm children and others don't have the opportunity to do that again. And there's an increasing need for our services. You can go to the next slide. Last year, in 2024, the Advocacy Center served over 14,000 people in the 6 counties we served, which is a 14% increase from the previous year. And I think it's important for us in this room to know that 84% of those served were from McLennan County. Of course, that makes sense. We're the most populated county of the 6 that we serve, but I think it's still important for us to note. You can go to the next slide. I want to kind of give you an idea of what that looks like. I've talked about our services, but there were 76 forensic medical exams or child sexual abuse exams performed for children under the age of 17. there were 707 forensic interviews. There were 683 responses to our crisis hotline, of which 206 of those resulted in one of our staff or volunteer advocates going to a Waco hospital. And then that resulted in 144 forensic medical exams performed by a sexual assault forensic examiner. You can go to the next slide. Well, let me say too, the number of child sexual abuse exams increased by 20% last year. The number of forensic interviews increased by 10%. And maybe most notably, the need for our counseling services increased by 50%. We provided 2,303 people with counseling and advocacy services last year. Our prevention team provided over 500 programs to over 10,000 attendees. They put out 25 episodes of their podcast with over 1,000 people listening to that programming. So we are doing a lot of work and helping a lot of people. You could go to the next slide. I mentioned that we know already of some budget reductions. You know, of course, I'm sure about the city of Waco and them reducing their budget for this next fiscal year. They asked all of the outside agencies, all of the nonprofits that they fund to reduce their budget by 20%. For us, that meant a reduction of $18,400. United Way, we are recipients of a United Way grant. This year, they had $1 million to give out, and they had over $4 million in applications. And so we feel grateful to receive what we did, but it does mean a reduction of over almost $32,000 for us. And then we are anticipating a reduction in our Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA, which is federal funding, of approximately $52,000. It's about a 10% reduction because the funds are depleted in that account, the account that funds that act. So that's a total of over almost $103,000. So when I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking that's 2 staff members who are providing these services. That's what it costs for me to pay 2 staff members to provide counseling, or to provide a forensic interview, or to provide a child sexual abuse exam. And so we are looking for ways to make up that difference. Like I said, the $15,000 we've been granted the last several years by the county is critical to the services we provide. And so when we're asking for this $5,000 to help, additional $5,000, to help supplement the loss in funding, we would be very grateful for that. We're very proud of the work that we do. We feel very honored that we get to do this work, to walk alongside folks as they navigate the journey of healing after a traumatic event. And we believe and we see the evidence that lives are changed every day because of the services we offer in McLennan County. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but mostly I want to thank you for the funding that you have provided historically, your commitment to our work, and for considering our request this year as well.
Questions?
Any questions?
3,000 of your clients come from outside the county. Do those counties give you any support at all?
So their support looks a little different. We have satellite offices in all of our counties. We don't pay for any, the only county we pay a little bit for, we pay $200 a month in Limestone County for the office space that we have. But other than that, we don't pay anything for.
In-kind service? They
Yes, yes.
furnish your location?
Yes, sir, yes.
Other questions?
Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, sorry, did you?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay, yeah,
great.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank you all.
Okay, so we have a group here, I know led by Stephanie Alvey with the Public Health District. And on your sheet, this one falls under the City of Waco Contracted Services.
Okay, hello, Stephanie.
Hi, Judge.
Welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Alvey. I'm currently serving as the interim director of the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District, and I have with me today Lisa Blackman. The city of Waco recently underwent a reorg, and so our new assistant city manager is Lisa. And so just wanted to bring her along and introduce her to everyone today, so put a face with a name if you haven't met her before. And we're appreciative of her new perspective on the health district and look forward to working with her in the future. And we're also really appreciative of the county for the longstanding partnership that you've all provided that allows us to provide public health services seamlessly across the entire county.
We know Lisa. Oh, Lisa.
Hello. And I have a slide deck. I'm not sure.
Do you have it on a?
I don't. I sent it to Dustin.
Let me,
Haley, I had emailed it to you this morning. I can forward it again, or I can always share if I need to.
Sorry, Dustin.
do you mind sending it again?
Sure thing. Give me 1 second.
Of course. Holding it takes longer to send an email.
Okay, Haley, it was a bigger file, but it shows it went through.
I just got it.
And I said that could be because they didn't agree to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin.
They put it on, trying to put it on the ballot, and the community didn't have an appetite for it.
Oh, they voted it down.
Well, they did, yeah, the bond package, yeah. So, what do you do? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Are you downloading it? I'll try as well. See
Yes,
what it does
the
on
way
mine.
it was put was that, they looked at financing it and going, moving forward with it. How they put it in the public didn't have the appetite for it, so they didn't want to spend it. It's a miserable system.
Do I need to wait for Commissioner Wilson to come back?
Maybe we'll wait.
Take them.
Okay.
Take them over radio, with the radio.
Or listen to your, Scott and I were talking about, how many of your phone alerts do you just like have turned off or just whatever music?
Did you want us to wait on Commissioner Wilson? I think he just stepped out for just a
No,
second.
we,
Keep going?
let's
Okay.
get them going, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, please proceed.
Okay. So you can go to the next slide. And so today, I'm just going to give a brief overview of the health district, including some of our grants and services, as well as our proposed budget for next year, and also just an overview of our existing cooperative agreement. So next slide. So I just want to start off with a little bit of background about the health district and give you some context about how the organization exists today. So the health district can trace its beginnings back to 1942, June 1942. That's when the city of Waco and McLennan County agreed to establish the Waco-McLennan County Health Unit with the intention to assist with local military camps that were set up in the county to provide sanitation measures and health measures. And so shortly after its inception, it was faced with the polio epidemic in the 1950s. And so the City County Health Unit was on the front lines of that epidemic response with mass vaccination efforts. And the unit continued to operate and serve the county for the next several decades until the early 1980s. And that's when the state legislature passed the Local Public Health Reorganization Act. And that is what established us as the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District, and that's when the cooperative agreement was put in place. And so that first cooperative agreement was just between the city and the county. And then a few years later, the agreement was amended to add the member cities. And just for historical context, during that time frame is also when the HIV/AIDS epidemic was hitting the country. And so the health district was providing some vital resources in responding to that epidemic as well. And then moving on into 1996 is when the county began funding the OSSF program, and that picture there just also represents the last child born with polio in the Americas. And so I like this slide because it just illustrates, you know, the public health intervention that happened in the 1950s finally had its intended effect of eradicating polio 50 years later. So next slide, please. And so just moving on into the late 90s, we underwent another transformation when the health district was selected by the state to model a new population health approach in local public health. The shift was primarily due to the advent of Medicare and Medicaid and the push for individuals to become insured and then find a primary health care home. And so up until that point, local health departments were receiving a lot of funding from the state to provide primary health care services, including prenatal care and well child primary care. The health district did provide those services up until then, and then beginning in the early to mid 2000s, the shift to the population health model began, and that's when we begin focusing our efforts on promoting public health services that would impact the community as a whole. And that's kind of how the health district is transformed into what we are today. And so next slide. I appreciate you bearing with me through that little history lesson. I just find it's a good way to give a little bit better understanding and some context of how we got to where we are today and what public health is intended to do in communities, because oftentimes we find that people don't really understand the role of public health. It's not primary care, it's not indigent care, so what is local public health? So I like this graphic because I think it gives a good illustration of what a local governmental governmental public health organization should do. And so there at the top you see the foundational areas, and what those are basically reflect the minimum level of service that should be available in all communities. And this includes things like the communicable disease prevention, chronic disease and injury prevention, maternal child health, linkage with clinical care in the community. And so we are a comprehensive public health department, and so we do provide services in all of those foundational areas. And then below that, you'll see the foundational capabilities, and these are basically the public health infrastructure that's needed to support and deliver basic public health protections, programs and activities that are key to ensuring that our community is healthy and well. And so these include things like assessing health issues in the community, conducting disease surveillance, and preparing for and responding to public health emergencies of all kinds, and being able to communicate effectively about public health issues and concerns. So all of these services and capabilities should be delivered, designed and delivered in a way that allows for universal access, because all residents of McLennan County deserve to have the information and the resources that they need to make the healthy choices in their lives. And that's really what our mission is. So next slide. So our mission is, in partnership with the community, we will continuously improve through creative innovation and collaboration the health and well-being of the citizens and environment of our county. And our vision is to have the healthiest county in Texas, where all people can live, play, work, and thrive. So next slide. And so how do we do that at the health district? So we have 6 divisions that encompass 10 programs and services, starting with administration. And so this is where that public health infrastructure kind of comes into play, that helps ensure we have those foundational capabilities that are needed to support all the services. Then we have our public health clinical services division, and this is where you're going to see a lot of the individual services that we provide on an individual basis, but all of them are really focused on prevention of communicable disease in the community. So they not only benefit the individual that's receiving the service, but they help protect our entire county. And same for our environmental health program. These these services go to individual business owners and homeowners, but the ones, they're the ones who actually receive the service directly, but the entire community is who benefits from clean restaurants and safe pools and clean water in neighborhoods. And then moving on to our health equity promotion and prevention division. This division also provides services like our health education classes, but it's also a vital part of the public health infrastructure that allows us to monitor for disease and respond to those public health threats. And then we have Women's, Infants, and Children, our WIC program. This provides vital services to some of the most important populations in our community, pregnant women and children. And this program not only works to ensure proper nutrition for a healthy start to our children, but they can also be a really important link to other resources in the community because they touch so many families that are in a really transitional part of their life. And so, and then onto the Vital Statistics program. This is one of our most high traffic areas. We not only provide critical documents that people need to manage all kinds of their life events, but also gives us access to granular level data that we can use to monitor health impacts in our community. For instance, our epidemiology program worked really closely with Vital Statistics during COVID to ensure we were capturing and reporting all COVID-related deaths accurately. And so these programs and services help us achieve our mission and vision and provide those foundational public health services that I mentioned earlier. Next slide. And so all of these services require a robust staff to deliver to our community. So the Health District currently has a total of 88 FTEs that carry out services in all of these divisions. These staff are really some of our most valuable assets, and we are able to fund them through a mixture of grant and non-grant funding, which I'll go into a little bit more detail here in the next few slides. Next slide. So nearly every program in the Health District receives grant funding of some kind. And so in the next few slides, I'm just going to break down specifically by division how they're funded. Next slide. So overall, the Health District receives nearly $4 million in grants across 14 different grant programs. And these fund things like our immunizations and TB prevention and care clinics, our HIV case management, public health emergency preparedness and epidemiology, and all together, with those grant funds, we're able to fund a little over 51 FTEs. Next slide. And so I'll start with our administration division. This division has not historically received any grant funds. It's almost exclusively been funded with non-grant funding, but we were able to receive some new public health infrastructure grants recently that allowed us to add 3 FTEs. And so on the whole, this program, or this division, has 10 FTEs, 7 non-grant funded, 3 grant funded, but nearly entirely non-grant funded, with 93% of our funding coming from non-grant sources. And the next one is our Vital Statistics program. And so this program has 4 FTEs and it does not receive any grant funding. And this program is responsible for registering birth and death records that occur in the city of limits of Waco, including both hospitals. They do occasionally register some home birth and deaths, and they maintain records going back to the early 1900s, actual paper records in our vault. And then they issue birth certificates for anybody that's born in the state of Texas, but death certificates for anybody who died in the city of Waco. And in 2024, they issued over 27,000 records.
It's a nice service.
Yeah. Yes. It's
Just death certificates for city of Waco, not other, if you died
Yeah, if you
in any other
died-
city?
No, we can't do it for any other city. The death certificates are those that just died in the city of Waco. So most of the deaths that occur in the hospitals primarily is what.
A home death in a, name it, Woodway, Hewitt, Robinson, what happens on death
So I think the
certificate?
county registrar registers those.
registers those?
Mhm. And then you can receive birth and death records from the state health department as well. So either through their online portal. But
I wish there was
more time.
some sort of centralization to all that.
Yeah.
I know that it seems like a lot of different places to have to go to get, and I know that's way above our.
Yeah, yeah, and our staff has to deal with a lot of times having to redirect people to different
Right,
places.
and ours does also too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure where, like, if the state can can make some changes there, or how they,
And that's what I'm alluding to,
yeah.
some sort of centralization of that.
Yeah, that's something we
Vital
can,
statistic.
I can definitely ask about and see if that's something they've explored before. Okay, going on to the next division is our Public Health Clinical Services Division. Next slide. And so this is a newly formed division in the Health District. It combined our nursing division and our HIV STI division. So now all of our clinics are housed under one division. And as you can see, each of the clinics there receive varying amounts of grant funding. But the majority of the funds for all three clinics really come from that non-grant side, as well as the administration and kind of oversight and support of these clinics. But our HIV case management is almost primarily grant funded. And so overall, the division receives about 44% of its funding from grants, including 10 FTEs, so a little less than half. And then our environmental health program or division includes both the retail inspection side as well as OSSF. And retail is responsible for daycare, restaurant, pools and spas inspections. Sorry, next slide. And the retail inspection side, about a third of their funding comes from grants. The rest of their funding comes from fees and permits and things like that. And then on the OSSF side, the on-site septic facility side, the county makes up the difference between expenses and revenues for that program. And so overall, this division has 16 FTEs, 9 of which are grant funded, all on that retail food side. Our division manager has recently made some changes and is trying to create some synergy across those programs. And so even the inspectors and staff that work on the environmental side that are grant funded will sometimes go and support the OSSF program when needed. Especially recently, it's been with translation services because we have Spanish speakers on the retail food side that can go and support our OSSF inspectors when needed. Okay, and our next program or division is the WIC program. So this is, next slide, this program is 100% grant funded. It's a great program. It provides not only food benefits that I think most people are familiar with, but they also provide a lot of support through nutrition education, breastfeeding support, and just healthcare referrals and social service referrals to other community resources. And it's important to note that the WIC staff don't just serve the moms and the babies. So it's families. So dads, grandparents, foster parents, all of those come through our clinic to receive the services, the nutrition education and things like that are provided to the children that are on the program. And in FY24, our WIC program did see just over 3,600 participants for the year. And this program does fund 20 FTEs. Next program, you can go to the next slide. Our Health Equity Promotion Prevention Division houses 3 programs that are really critical to public health infrastructure. So it includes epidemiology, which has 1 grant-funded epidemiologist, and then we have 2 additional epidemiologists that are funded with non-grant funding. Our Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program, however, is 100% grant-funded, and that includes 2 FTEs. And then we have our health education and some administrative oversight for the whole division that is funded with about a third, about a third grant funded as well. So overall, this program is just under half grant funded. And so, as you can imagine, these programs and staff are busy providing thousands of services to our community. You can see the 27,000 records that we issued, almost 1,500 HIV tests and 1,400 clinic visits in our STI clinic. And these are totals for the entire county, all of McLennan County residents. And it's important to note that public health services don't just benefit the individuals receiving them. The restaurant owners that get those inspections are receiving the service directly, but The residents who patronize that business are the ones who benefit from the sanitary food preparation. Those 736 TB visits, those are to diagnose and treat cases of TB that happen all over the county. And again, those that are being treated and diagnosed with TB are not the only ones that benefit from that service. The whole community is safer because of those efforts. And so we did just implement an electronic health record in the last year, and so we are working to modernize our data collection and reporting, so we do anticipate being able to break these numbers down into more precise specifics for our next board meeting, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands public health isn't just about treating individuals, but identifying and addressing those disease threats that could impact the broader population. Next
Do
slide.
they still offer the yellow fever in?
Yes, yes,
all
we
that?
do. We're one of the, I think, few or only places that do travel vaccines still. And so we have those on a walk-in basis for anybody that needs them.
That's a nice service.
Yeah. And so the health district has had some accomplishments that I just wanted to note over the last year. So we were awarded the Local Health Department of the Year by the Texas Association of City and County Health Officials. And we're really proud to bring that back to our staff. It was really nice to energize them with that award. And then we also published in May of last year our 2023 Community Health Needs Assessment. And this report provides really valuable data to help us understand the health needs of the community so that we can develop plans to improve health across the community. We also hosted a conference that brought in nationally recognized speakers to the Waco area to help provide that resource to local professionals. In the last year, we've had 70 health education classes that have had over 1,000 attendees, and those have been hosted all over the county as well. And then just recently, in response to the measles cases that were reported here in the county, we were able to go out and do a targeted vaccine clinic that administered over 150 MMR doses. And so those are just some things that I want to note about the work that we're doing here in the health district. Next slide. And so just as a summary, as you could see through the different divisions, many of our programs are solely or majority grant funded, and those include our Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program, HIV Case Management, our WIC program, and some of the program evaluation and data modernization work we're doing. And then additionally, we have several other programs that receive a significant portion of their funding from grants, and those are our environmental health, immunizations, health education, epidemiology. And so as we continue to monitor federal decisions and things that might be impacting our funding, we are developing a grant elimination transition plan that helps us identify the specific services and activities that might be impacted, either reduced or eliminated, and how we might be able to transition or absorb some of those critical services with the remaining staff and resources that we have available. However, in most cases, if the grant funding is cut, we do anticipate potentially losing that staff because unless we can find other grant funds to transition them to. So currently, we do not have plans to move any grant-funded staff over onto general or non-grant funding. So we are closely monitoring what's happening with the grants because it would significantly impact our operations. And so this just gives you an overview of our total budget. So in total, the health district's annual operating budget is a little over $10 million between grant and non-grant funds. However, you can see that the majority of our staff is grant funded. This has really happened because our grant amounts have remained stagnant for about 10 years or so for most of them. And so as salaries increase, we end up having to shift some of the operational costs to non-grant funding in order to maintain those FTEs. And so getting into our FY26 proposed budget, so I will preface that these figures are not finalized, so they may change slightly between now and when the budget is adopted in a few months. But as you can see, the total amount for the direct and indirect, and these are all non-grant funds expenses comes to a little over $6.4 million. So if you account for the revenues that we get to charge for services, you can reduce that to a little over $5.5 million. And so if you divide that number, the 5.5 million, by the most recent census numbers of just over 270,000 people in the county, that comes to about $20.67 per person to fund the health district. The next slide. And just to give you an overview of what our indirect costs look like, so you can see that these funds cover a variety of functions and services that really are necessary to operate the health district. With as many grants as we receive and the complexity of our funding structures, support from our finance department is really crucial. We also have, like I mentioned, 88 FTEs, so support from our HR department for hiring support, employee relations, those kinds of things. All of these various services ensure that we have the wraparound support needed to maintain the operations of the health district. So next slide. And so this slide just breaks down all of our non-grant funding sources. So as you can see on the left there, the City of Waco's contribution makes up just under 60% of our funding source. And then charges for service and other revenues related to those services makes up another 20%. The other member cities in the county, their contributions total about 5% of our funding. And then the county's contribution between the amount from the assessment of the cooperative agreement and the funding for the OSSF program account for about 14% of our overall funding source.
Are all the cities, municipalities in the county participating now?
Yes, with the exception of two that we extend offers to every year, the smaller ones. I believe it's Leroy and Leroy and Hallsburg, which we have on the slide. I'll show you in just a second. And so just as an overview of our cooperative agreement, the existing cooperative agreement was signed in October of 2020, or when it became effective in October of 2023, and it is a 5-year agreement, so it will run through September of 2028, and it did outline the funding assessments for the cities and the county and their contributions to increase by 30 and 35% respectively, or 30 and 35 cents respectively throughout the 5 years. And the previous cooperative agreement had a 3-year term, but also included provisions for an annual per capita increase.
You mentioned as well, though, that there are municipalities, so I guess somebody lives in Woodway, they're getting paid for it twice. By the county and the city of Woodway?
Well, they do, but it does. So if you'll go to the next slide, actually, you can see the per capita rate that so the cities pay a little bit more. It's like for FY26, it's going to be $4.05 per capita. The county would pay $3.15 per capita. And if you add those together, that's $7 of the $20 per person that it actually costs to operate the health district. And so, this chart actually shows the contributions by each of the member cities, and this was these amounts were reviewed and developed and recommended by a subcommittee of our health advisory board. And so at the time when we were evaluating and renewing the cooperative agreement. And so they recognized that operating costs were going to continue to increase over the coming years. So
right. I remember all that when it happened. I just didn't remember where some people were getting paid for it twice.
But anybody in any incorporated city that's a member
per capita.
paying twice.
And if you add those together,
Doesn't matter where it is.
$7 of the 20.
Well, we pay for everybody.
That it actually costs to
then,
operate.
Beat on that
I hate it when it
district, and
happens. I don't
so,
like to hear myself talk.
Beat on that door.
I was like, this chart actually shows the contributions by each of the member cities, and this was,
Answered his question.
this,
Just in case you forgot, right?
I was like, who's talking? I didn't
The,
recognize my own. Sounds like you. I didn't think it.
But in your mind, the agreements that was reached as
No.
far as funding going forward pretty much maintains that same percentage of the total cost of operating
Correct.
Waco McLean County Health District. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Correct.
If ours is 14%, as it goes up, it will remain 14%.
Yes,
And
that's,
same way with the other cities in it.
yes. And so,
So does that solve the problem? Does that answer your question? Are we getting?
Oh, it answers my question. I don't necessarily like the answer, but
Okay.
yes, it answers my questions.
Or is somebody in West getting
Yes,
paid for twice?
West is paying for them and then we're paying for them.
and we're paying for West.
yeah.
Yeah. And that's true in any incorporated town. That's just the way that the structure is set up.
Okay.
In order to fund it.
Right.
And then if you live in the county,
In the
outside of
unincorporated-
any incorporated area,
Uh-huh.
we're paying just once for them.
Right.
There's no other
Do
funding.
we know that amount of population?
Of population, in the I don't have that off the top of my head, but
You know, off the top of
What's the
your head?
population right now, of this whole county?
Not the whole county, but in the unincorporated. You
I'm
could
sure it'd be
probably,
easy to find. I'm gonna guess it's not a lot.
right.
If you take all the cities that are incorporated plus the city of Waco and add them together,
Yeah, and I think the way that this is structured is not, so it is designed so that we're getting closer to that $20 per person that it costs to operate. So adding the city, the member cities and the county's contribution together, as well as the city of Waco's, which really makes up the difference between that $7 and the $20. So
No doubt, no doubt. But I also understand you're the most dense population we have in the county as well.
right.
I don't even know what's Waco's population?
138,
140?
140, something like
And
that.
we're sitting at around 270 total, that's 130 outside.
Mm-hmm.
Back out all the city populations, that would tell you, I guess.
So,
I think
it's old data too.
Hewitt's the biggest at 15, and Robinson about 11 or 12, and moving them down. So you could extrapolate it.
And so really, this ends my presentation. I just wanted to say that we thank you all for your support over the years. It's been a longstanding partnership, and, your contributions are a great sign of the dedication that you have to the health and well-being of the citizens of McLennan County. So, and I have some additional
All right,
slides there that just dive a little bit deeper into each individual program, but I won't go into detail on those. Those are just for future information.
Okay, any other
If
questions?
you really want us to see that, feel free to email that
Okay,
to all of us, and we can dig into that.
okay.
It'll also be available on the drive.
It's on the drive as well. Okay, well, then never mind.
Great.
The drive.
The drive.
Okay. All right, well, we really appreciate y'all coming in, and y'all have a good weekend.
All right, thank you. You too.
See all of
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank y'all.
All right, who's next?
So now we have two more, and so we'll start with the Cove. And so we have Tim Packer with us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. I was wondering where you were. I hadn't seen you on the screen.
Yeah, well,
I hope you're there because you're having a holiday or enjoying something rather than being unwell.
well, I wish I was too. All right, thank y'all for coming, and if y'all introduce each of both of y'all, and then present.
Certainly. Firstly, thank you for having us to come and present. Appreciate the time and effort that you put into this work and the support for the Cove and for all of our partner agencies that the court supports. I'm Tim Packer, I'm Executive Director of the Cove, and this is Shelby. Well, you can introduce yourself.
I'm Shelby Herring. I am the Program Director at the Cove.
So Shelby actually interned with us when she was doing her Master's of Social Work degree, then became a youth advocate, went to Child Protective Services for a short while, and then came back as our program director. So has a slightly longer history with the Cove than I do, but just a little bit. Okay, well, again, grateful for the opportunity to update about the Cove. Just briefly, the Cove serves high school-aged youth experiencing homelessness. We focus on the 6-county region, but most of our work happens here in Waco. So we have 4 school partner districts, Waco, Midway, La Vega, and then Connolly was a district we just added in February this year. We've tried a couple of times to get a partnership agreement going with them, and we now have that in place. And we have 3 core services that we provide. We are an after-school program. We do on-campus and in the community outreach, so one-to-one support for our high schoolers experiencing homelessness, and we're a drop-in service. So Monday through Friday, youth can come to the Cove and access the services they need, whether that's a shower, laundry, food, access to emergency shelter, getting their ID, transportation to an interview, enrolling in school, all kinds of things. And our overall vision for the Cove is to end youth homelessness in the heart of Texas. And ending youth homelessness is a very big and grand claim, and so just wanted to say a couple of things about that. What we mean by ending youth homelessness is that it's rare, brief, and non-recurring. So it happens as little as possible. If it does happen, it's resolved as quickly as possible. And if somebody has recovered from experiencing homelessness, they avoid it again in the future. And for high schoolers who experience homelessness, one of the most effective things that can be done is to help them graduate high school. So one of our major outcomes for the Cove is to help our youth graduate high school. Nationally, youth who experience homelessness graduate 10 to 20 percentage points below their housed peers. And if they don't graduate high school, they're about 4.5 times more likely to experience homelessness as an adult. In Texas, in 23-24 school year, Texas Education Authority counted 121,000 K through 12 children who experienced homelessness. That was an over 6% increase from the previous year, and that was an increase from the year before that as well. So homelessness is a problem that's growing here in the States, and we are set out to try and disrupt that cycle. And so helping our youth graduate high school and then having a positive next step, whether that's Texas State Technical College, McLennan Community College, Baylor, work, whatever it is. And so the other thing to say is ending youth homelessness is a very big thing, and we can't do that by ourselves. And so we very much see it has to be a partnership arrangement and a partnership approach. And so we work very closely with our school districts and a number of agencies in our community. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to see in place a new program that Prosper Waco is leading around engaging 16 to 24-year-olds that are disconnected from school and work, or opportunity youth is the term. And so we've been working on a re-engagement pilot, and yesterday we had ourselves, communities and schools, Goodwill, Prosper Waco, Behavioral Health Network, and I always get this one wrong, but TRIO EOC, which is at McLennan College, which helps with higher education applications. And so we had staff from all of those agencies who met with young people who the Cove have worked with previously and who have struggled to maintain a job or education. It was the very first time we've done that. I don't know of a multi-agency approach like that happening yet in our community. And of the 4 youth for that very first session that we were able to get in, 1 left with a job, 1 left with an MCC enrollment completed, and 2 were enrolled onto Goodwill's Aspire program. Is it Aspire? Is that the right name?
Accelerate.
Accelerate. I got that one wrong as well. But in terms of the Cove's more broader work, so far in 2025, we've served 130 high schoolers. We're about 2 months ahead in terms of the number of youth that we served last year. So in the whole of 2024, we served 190 youth. And if numbers continue growing, we're going to likely be over the 200 number. It's needs driven, so I don't know if we'll be 200 or more, but that's the way that we're going. We've had 20 out of 27 youth graduate, which is slightly ahead of the general population of students experiencing homelessness. We've had a number of students who will graduate, but probably next year. And so one of the things that we find really important is to track those students across multiple years. I think that is all just in terms of like what we're doing. Just some other general kind of updates. I'm really proud of what the Cove's doing and the recognition that we're getting kind of statewide as well in terms of the work that we're trying to do. We get some grant funding from the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program, which is a federal program. We lost it for 24 hours in February when there was the federal grants freeze. And there's still some uncertainty about what that's going to look like moving forward. That's about 18% of our budget, which is a pretty significant hit if we were to lose that. This year, I've also been very personally involved in the legislative session. There's been a number of pieces of legislation, both in the Texas Senate and the Texas House, that have particularly targeted homelessness services. The one that I've had most involvement with was bills that would prohibit homelessness services being within 1,500 feet of a park or a school. Thankfully, that hasn't come to pass, but it's also consumed quite a lot of my time to address those things. And I was also personally very grateful to receive an award from Texas Network of Youth Services, which is our statewide membership organization, at their conference this year on leadership. So I was personally happy and pleased that the Cove and our work is being recognized at that state level. In our grant application this year, we're asking to maintain the $47,500 for the youth advocate position. That's our frontline caseworker. What I've also asked if you would consider is actually providing some financial support for our program director's role. Shelby has been such a help to me personally and allowing me more space to engage with these wider networking cooperative arrangements in order to try and provide the best opportunity for our youth. So the total request is $60,000, I believe I asked, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and hopefully it's been helpful to just kind of hear a bit more about where we're doing and what we're going. Or what we're doing, where we're going.
All right, any questions?
How long do the kids stay with you? Or does it just vary?
It really dramatically varies, and it really depends on their circumstances is what drives the length of the engagement. And so we have some youth who have had multi-year engagement. It's 2 or 3 years of housing instability. Often they are actually part of a household that is experiencing economic disadvantage, and it's usually tied in with mental ill health or substance misuse. A lot of single-parent families amongst our cohorts. Sometimes we'll see youth just for a few visits, and we're able to help resolve the circumstances that they're in. Often that's just about helping them navigate the landscape of services that's out there. But most of the youth that we serve will see them for about a school year.
Funding-wise, percentage-wise, about how's your funding made up? Grants make up 50%, 40, 30, I mean,
So, so between the grant from this court and the federal grant that we receive, that's just over a quarter of what we
quarter of your budget operating.
budget. We receive about 50 to 60% from individual donations and corporate sponsorship. So we have a tiered corporate recognition program, both generally, but also for the fundraiser that we do in September, kind of early October each year. We shifted that fundraiser last year from an open house event that we did at our facility to a more formal kind of gala style. And that was financially much more successful.
Good, good. And you said you reached, how many counties? 4 other counties? What did you say? How many other counties?
So 6 counties.
6 counties
Yeah.
total counting here.
Yeah.
But you don't, do you have a physical presence in it? So
we
how,
don't.
how do you get, like an after-school program or a drop-in program from some other county?
Yeah, so that would normally be through our outreach or the drop-in service. And so
They come from another county?
No, we would go to them, or we would
you go to-
use phone calls. Often it's about navigating. However, we have, Shelby probably knows this better than I do, but we have driven to all kinds of places over the county. But
to work with students.
But one of the big difficulties with youth homelessness is that there's a lot of stigma for young people, and they are very difficult to get hold of sometimes. And usually what happens is we have a police officer or a coach or an assistant principal or a family member or a neighbor finds our number on Google and calls us and says like, hey, I'm helping out my neighbor's daughter who doesn't feel safe at home. What do I do? And so we'll try and navigate that as best as possible. And we had one young woman who called from HEB. She was on shift at HEB. She'd explained her circumstance to a supervisor, and the supervisor happened to know about the Cove and said, why don't you take time while you're on your job now to call them and try and get things resolved? So calls really do come in from everywhere.
That's great. Other local governments participate at all with y'all?
No, so
No cities?
No. Previously, we did get money from the city of Waco, and that was before I started in 2021. And there is no money from the state available. So the state of Texas provides $1.5 million per year targeted towards youth homelessness. But that is only if your city has a population of 285,000 or more. So Waco doesn't qualify. And
just outside of it.
yeah, and even if we did qualify for it, 1.5 million for
Spread out across the state of Texas?
Yeah, it's about $4.50 per youth per year, and nobody can deliver services for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
They do a good
Well,
job.
all right, if there's no other questions, we appreciate you both coming, and y'all have a great weekend. If we have any questions, we'll give you a call.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Can y'all tell me when you want a break, if you need a break or anything?
I think
We're good. We just
got one more.
Just have one more.
All right.
Wheels on
Come on up here. One more, Judge.
On wheels.
Yes.
All right.
How are you?
I'm good. Can I pass out a newsletter?
Sure.
Hot off the press.
Absolutely.
Just give them all to us. We'll
I
pass
can
it
pass them
around.
around.
And thanks for your patience.
Oh, no, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Okay, you may proceed. Just introduce yourself and take off.
all right, so my name is Kelly Condit, and I'm the Director of Client Services for Meals on Wheels Waco. Thank you. You guys, well, McLennan County has blessed us with like a match. Texas Department of Agriculture, we do get their funding. And so we require that match, and you guys have blessed us for many years with that. We are thankful. And this funding has allowed us to deliver nutritious meals to homebound seniors in our community. So we currently have 349 older adults in our community that are on our waiting list. That's just McLennan County alone. So there is a need. I cannot see with these glasses. So since we've been getting about 30,000 every year from you guys as a match, what we have asked for due to the need is a 10% increase, which is about 3,000 a year. And we know that that is not going to feed the 349 people, but we also know that any little amount will help. So that is.
Give us the numbers again.
Yeah, how many are you servicing now?
So right now, so we serve 3 counties, McLennan Falls and Hill. We have a total of 540 home-delivered meal clients, and most of those, the majority is in McLennan County.
Sure, numbers right.
So when we look at our waiting list, we have about 400, but there's 349 homebound senior citizens in McLennan County on our waiting list.
So
waiting to get a
prerequisite
meal.
is a certain age?
Yes, 60. They have to be
Has to
60
be
and
60 or
over.
over.
60 and over, they have to be homebound, socially isolated, frail, not a lot of social support. If they have a lot of support, you know, from neighbors or family members.
Do y'all still furnish meals to like senior citizen centers?
Yes, that is a different program.
That's a different program.
There's 2 different programs. So that is completely different.
And you say you serve 3 counties? Us?
Yes.
Us, Falls, and
Hill.
And Hill? What are your numbers that direction?
Not very much. I think, like, well, I'm not sure the exact number, but like TDA. So McLennan County, Texas, TDA will give us 1,117 meals a month. In Falls and Hill County, it's only 71 meals a month. So there's.
Total between.
Total.
That's
So
not-
it's a large difference.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do any other counties participate as far as funding for y'all? Or just us?
Any other counties? No. Mm-mm. Well, do you mean the TDA match?
No, I just meant,
Okay,
Just
yeah, I mean,
grant
like,
funding.
they'll do a small amount, you know,
Good.
Falls and Hill County, but
okay. So do y'all serve out of your Waco facility all over McLennan County? You go out?
Yes.
It's all right here, local, and head out? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I don't have any.
Great mission.
These are the ones.
All right, any other questions?
No, sir.
Short.
I haven't read the letter yet, but.
yeah, well, I've never been here before, so I didn't know.
You haven't,
I
huh?
don't know what to bring.
We're not real bad, are we?
Yeah, you started off on the right foot, so, we appreciate you very much, and have a great weekend.
Yes, thank you so much, you too,
Now, what did you do
before.
for this? You look real familiar. What else did you do? Did you do Waco?
Played golf.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought we met somewhere else. We have met on a golf course.
So how long have you
She's a
been the
golfer.
director? How long have you been
Hey,
director?
she can golf.
This is 4 years.
4 years, okay. It says as
thought
Waco's
I
new
met you.
CEO.
Yeah, I thought I'd met you before with Waco.
Yes, I was interim CEO before
Okay,
we hired.
okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
Appreciate it.
I'll read this.
Thank you. See you later.
Appreciate it.
Did you do any good last night or?
We were 2 under.
No, okay.
But the winner was 4 under, so we didn't win.
See you later.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Francis, you on?
So that was all we had scheduled for today. I know that was a lot today, and we covered a lot this week in general. And so I think, there's been some ideas that have been thrown out just in general about, in summation of all these requests. We looked at some things yesterday. So we can, if y'all have some ideas to throw out, anything you'd like us to look at, we can kind of put our heads together and put together some scenarios over the weekend. That way, when we come back next Tuesday fresh, we can start digging in and seeing, really how you want to proceed, revenue or expense side of things.
Question for you then. Since we did it with part of our budget, I'd like to isolate what is contractually obligated. So we can look at that and then we know what, because do the same thing of stripping everything down and coming back and plugging back in.
As far as the outside entities go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
And not saying no to anybody, just start fresh on plugging, all right, here's what we have.
Yes.
Because the thought I have, and y'all tell me if I bump my head at lunch, I might have, is to take these things out, and then we get a look at what the budget is, we get a look at how close we are to our 33%. And then it's gonna give us an idea of what we wanna plug back in and how much we may have to go. Is it a penny? Is it 2 pennies? But instead of guessing and plugging in, we have numbers to look at and work with.
I want to throw out some numbers while we're talking about it. Just some of these requests that came in different than years past. ABC was like 4%. The Cove was 26%. The Historic Commission, 53% increase. I'm not sure where that came from. And we heard from the Waco Family Medicine, I think, looks at, what is they looking at?
That-
About an 8% total.
We do not have the Waco Family Medicine is plugged in as last year. We do not have request information there yet.
Okay, so we don't know.
That is one still to
Okay,
come.
yeah, I'm sorry, I was going back to 24.
Oh, no, you're good.
Yeah, on fiscal year
Yes.
20, these are increases from 24, that year that you gave us
Yes,
to
sir.
look at.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Animal shelter from 24 to what they want this year is like 93% increase.
And I still, anything that we have with the city of Waco, I want to take all that administrative stuff that they've got budgeted in that out. I feel like we should only be obligated to support the actual cause and not to pay for the HR department and the city secretary and the
legal or whatever.
So I hope, I know we've heard from the library, from emergency management, from public health. I have the detail for animal shelter services, which is just a percentage based on the number of intake for the county. But next week, I hope to bring that to you one day and have that kind of all broken out so that we can really see what those costs are made up of and what are the indirect costs that are included there. So,
My process on that is, they have an HR department and they're having to pay for that, right? They're working 8 hours a day. And so why are we using funds to pay them? The city's paying them. I just want our money to go to where it's most effective, and that's the heart of the cause and not to all the fluff around it.
well, I'll extract that the best way we can, and then we'll bring that to you so we can continue to talk there.
How much of the increases are added into this number that we got this morning? So
None.
this
None.
466, that's all the increases? That's all, okay, so y'all stripped that out.
Yes.
And all that's in there was last year's?
Just something to start from.
And that includes the last year's request from Waco Family Medicine and maybe the library? And what's another big one?
Library's huge. HOT, Behavioral Health Network, they're in there, aren't they? The contracted, those are all in there, aren't they? 224,000, 104, 78.
We have accounted for the change in the HOT-BHN contracts in the budget, Commissioner Jones. There was a decrease, but then, we had the increase to turnkey.
And something I would like to look at also too, are what are some, how many one-time costs do we have in the general fund that maybe we could possibly look into shifting to other funding mechanisms?
Got it.
Yeah, and a question, and I'll direct it if that's okay to Judge. We pay Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce just under $200,000 a year. What do we get for that we end up having to pay extra for in Waco and?
Those are added, and they came before court, presented their programs that they wanted to get into, and the court discussed it and agreed those contracts. So, those are always, they're looked at every year. So if you don't think it has valid,
But I guess what I'm asking is, what do we get for the 199.5?
I thought she went over that.
The $199,500, is that just membership?
No, it's their efforts for economic development, things like that.
That's in addition to WIMDEC then?
It probably helps pay her salary some, I would
I think it's
imagine.
just our part of their operating costs.
That's our part of their
That's what I would see it
of
as.
the economic development operating cost?
So sometime back, the city of Waco had their own economic development vision. We used different ways to do it, and so it kind of became more apparent that that's what Chamber of Commerce should do. And so to start shifting a lot of that effort and cost to the chamber, and that's where the city and the county started partnering. And so that's why it's structured the way it is. So they hire the experts. We approve the budget. They hire the experts, and then they review it with us each year.
Okay. And it hasn't gone up. It had gone up for several years. I know that. I don't think it has, to my knowledge. So I was just curious what was included in that. I didn't know if that was membership cost or, but it's not.
It says on the slide, economic development service delivery.
Okay.
Yeah, delivery is the key term there.
Okay. And then when they add extra things, that's not included in.
That's why I put that out there.
Yeah.
No, that's right. And they come and present it, and we ask them to give us updates and show us that we're getting our money's worth. And if we ever think we're not, well, then we can cut them back out.
Which one of those services they offer that we pay more for is Waco not participating in? She mentioned that this morning.
I think that was the, what was it then? Was that the Waco?
Yeah, that was the in Waco one.
So we're paying for Waco's name on a additional service?
McLennan County.
Yeah, call it in McLennan County.
Right, and so, but the thing of it is, the word or the name Waco is more recognized. And yeah, we've had this discussion for decades, but it generally come to the conclusion it makes more sense to use Waco. So when somebody from Colorado looks at and they're interested in a job in Waco, they're not necessarily going to live in the city of Waco. They could live in Woodway or Hewitt or Robinson or other places too. But this is sort of being confusing and adding all these different cities in or the county, and they don't know what cities are in it. Then Waco, because it's the largest one, and they do fund most economic development insofar as infrastructure. Then that's why we do it.
Makes sense.
Thought we ought to call it in Silo City, maybe or something. So.
Yeah.
That might have
And Mr. Wilson, you had some ideas on reintegration. So if you don't mind, kind of look into that. Sometime next week, I'd like to have your opinion on that, because there is a little duplication, but this is really coming out of state facility more than it is the county.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Judge, because that crossed my mind too. If the reintegration program from our at our county jail is not doing as much, is it possible to expand it to include all of these?
Well,
yeah.
My big deal on that was she had no ask.
She wasn't asking for any money.
She wasn't. She was wanting us to facilitate.
Well, when she came and sat with me on the table in the office, and she wanted money then, but I don't know if somebody visited with her and said, look, you need to get it started first before you ask for any money, and I think that was the question that I gave her.
We're already paying for some sort of, and if it's, I don't know, maybe it's serving a purpose, maybe it's not, but is there any way, as opposed to inventing a new, something new, go ahead and use what we have and just expand it.
Well, but mental health is what they're really pushing for, but not everybody that comes back out of prison has mental health problems.
Right.
You know, so we have to kind of look at
Especially your
that.
federal facilities.
I don't, but, okay. That's not why, that's not how I understood reintegration. It's for everybody who's coming out.
Okay. Well, maybe in.
But I think the key thing is he's saying, look into it. That's,
I will double check, make sure that they're helping. And that's kind of the question I asked the first group. I said, are y'all helping everybody? You know, not just the mental health issue part of it. Because mental health is, just because it says mental health, that doesn't mean you got an issue that you're still helping with driver's license and.
Job opportunities,
Right,
driver's
yeah.
license, all of those.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
pretty
so
broad.
I will visit with both those groups, that first group, and see, because I didn't get we were trying to speed them up too, and it's kind of hard when you're trying to speed them up, not ask
Yeah.
questions you need. So I'll get with them, and I know them a little bit too, and we'll see what we can do with that and make sure that we're not gonna like you said, duplicate it.
and one other thing I'll ask, and if it's too much, but, Judge, I was talking right after we got through with lunch, and I was just adding in my mind, Commissioner Smith and Francis were talking about 19 cents of our tax rate, pretty close, goes to, is from unfunded state mandates. Just outside entities is another 3 cents. There's 22 cents of a 33-cent tax rate.
31 right now.
31 that goes everywhere but
Where it needs to, where it's supposed to go.
right in here. And it just frustrates me, again, to know that we're denying people staff here, cutting our budget, trimming our budget, and we're not even half of the tax rate.
Yeah, because I kind of felt like we could talk to our own people, but I felt bad today because I didn't want to ask them to cut their budgets, but I should have.
City's
maybe.
asking them to cut their budget.
Well, they are.
And the city's cutting their budget.
They are.
So,
So
I
should
mean,
we have put something out like that?
Well, and that's why I think it's fair, if we can do that, is strip all the outside entities out, other than what we're contractually mandated to, so we can get it. And it's gonna be easier, in my opinion, when we come back and go, okay, here's how much money you have. If you don't wanna increase it, here's what you have. If you go a penny, here's what you have if you go 2 cents. And use those and come back and plug in where instead of just going, yeah, we'll cut that one in half, we'll cut this one by a third. I think it'd just be easier if we just have, and then at the end of the day, what I would like is to have a sheet of some kind that we can promote or put out to where people see how efficient the county is with their tax dollars. We can't help what the state's making us do.
No,
And
that's
we
what I
can't
try to tell people.
And we can't continue to fund the outside entities, at this clip.
expense of our-
Yeah, at this clip too. And so anyway, that's just, if we could figure out a way to do that.
Yes, no, for sure. We'll come up with a mechanism that we can work through that and then.
For the unfunded mandates, right? For sure.
And outside entities.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah. Outs-
Which is
And we
another-
have to do
Get my vehicle.
contractual.
So, before we meet again on Tuesday, if you don't have my cell phone number, let me know. But just if you think of something over the weekend, like random thought, or want to look at something a certain way, just shoot me a message, and that way I can just keep adding to our list, and that way we'll be as prepared as possible going into Tuesday. We'll have it ready as much as we can.
How late at night is that? Midnight? Give us time cut off here.
You get an email from me at 3 a.m. It's not out of character sometimes.
Set my alarm.
Pack all this up.
Hey, Judge.
Okay, if there's not anything else, I appreciate everybody's contribution and discussion, and we will stand adjourned. See y'all, have a great weekend, and see y'all next week.
Thank you, Judge.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Goodness gracious.